This morning we will be continuing with Mr Innes's cross-examination of Mr Van Grieken. Before we do that, are there any issues that we need to discuss? I'm thinking particularly of what Mr Steele said about Mr Collins' evidence. Mr Innes, you were going to reflect on that.
Yes, I don't have any issues with him not appearing, as it were.
Okay, is there any need to... I mean, I'm assuming, Mr Steele, you're not withdrawing that evidence. You're submitting it as written material.
Leaving it before you as written material, sir. That's exactly right.
Okay. Any issue about the Trust needing to be given an opportunity to comment on that in writing? No?
No, sir. I think that's not required. I think, given the nature of the evidence, I'm quite happy to proceed as set out in the procedure.
Okay. And you appreciate, I'm sure you do, that that evidence not having been subject to cross-examination will to some extent affect the weight that we can attach to it.
I fully accept that, sir, but we've taken a decision having regard to a number of factors, including time and availability and the like. And I think I flagged this up at the very outset of the inquiry, that if things went awry timing-wise, this may happen, and I'm afraid it has happened.
Okay. Thanks for that, Mr Steele. Any other points that anyone wishes to raise?
This weekend was doors open day. You can see Mr Leventhal is more relaxed now. But I don't know whether any of the participants visited the Robert Burns Monument, which is normally locked. I don't know whether you managed to, or whether the two of you thought the last thing we want to do this weekend is go anywhere near the Royal High School. Should you wish to make an unaccompanied visit to the Robert Burns Monument and see the building from that perspective, the Coburn Association can arrange access if that's something that would interest you.
Okay, thanks very much for that. We'll bear that in mind. Any other issues? No. So for today, we should be finished with Mr Van Grieken this morning at some point, I would think. Then we're going on to have the evidence of Professor Taverner. Do we think we'll be finished with Professor Taverner today? That looks positive. So maybe on to Mr Mappin this afternoon at some point.
I would be absolutely delighted with that, sir, but I think that's highly unlikely. I would have thought Mr Taverner realistically might start just after lunchtime, and I would have anticipated he's going to take the rest of the afternoon. But if we get on to Mr Mappin, that is, from our point of view, very good news.
Okay, great. Let's see how we get on then. Mr Innes.
Good morning, Mr Van Grieken. Could I ask you, first of all, to have a copy of your inquiry report available, and then I'm also going to ask you to have CD 543, which is the Landscapes Advice Note of 01-2011, relating to photography and photomontage in the Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment. And if you could go to paragraph 2.32 of your inquiry report, please.
Yes.
Yeah. And as I understand the position, Mr Van Grieken, the environmental assessment visualisations, either in relation to Scheme 1 or Scheme 2, were sought to be compliant with the 2011 practice note and the 2014 guidance in relation to, produced by SNH in relation to onshore wind farms. Is that correct?
That's my understanding too.
And insofar as you've provided subsequent images, they are seeking to be compliant with more up-to-date guidance, which has been produced by Scottish Natural Heritage, and I think there's also been an updated LV Landscape Institute advisory note. Is that correct?
The photomontages have been, that are before us, the big document, the A3 photomontages, have been prepared in accordance with the 2017 SNH guidance, and there is indeed an advice note for photography, which is more recent than the other note quoted in my paragraph.
And just before we get on to some of the detail of this, would it be fair to say that effectively there was considerable debate about whether the 2014 guidance in relation to the representation of onshore wind farms provided adequate visual material for people being consulted upon wind farm developments? Is that correct?
No, I don't think I would put it in those words. There's been extensive debate about the selection of viewpoints, which is well documented. But I haven't seen any information which this debates, particularly the production of photomontages.
I was talking still generically about the guidance changing from 2014 and 17. Wasn't there essentially a change in the way material was to be presented? And shall we say, Mr. Van Grieken, that many in the landscape profession were very comfortable with the 2014 guidance, but many others who had to work with the material find it more difficult to deal with than, say, the images that are now produced in 2017. It was about the usability of images and material. Is that not the reason why the 2017 guidance was brought into play?
The 2017 SNH guidance was prepared in the context of the continuing process to try and improve the information that can be used by both practitioners, statutory consultees and members of the public to obtain a reasonable representation of what man might experience in the field.
And in that respect, we've already had evidence from other witnesses who are non-landscape professionals who have said that they found your visualizations more helpful to what they were doing than the visualizations produced in the environmental statement. Is that a surprise to you, Mr. Van Grieken?
It is a surprise to me insofar that the visualizations prepared and submitted as part of the environmental statement, including the environmental statement in 2017, were in accordance with the guidance then prevailing at the time. And furthermore, there were other larger visualizations produced specifically in response to City of Edinburgh Council.
But insofar as the use of the images, would you accept that the images that you have produced show details which, quite frankly, are not apparent on the visualizations produced in terms of the environmental statement?
I think they're good quality images.
Now, keeping a pace, moving to 234, one of the issues that was raised is that effectively, in terms of the environmental statements produced, that the visualizations were produced using multi-focal lengths. Is that correct?
Yes. If I may add to that, there's a specific reason for that, because a number of the photo montage locations and size of pictures were specifically requested by the Council to match all the photographs of similar size and capture the same extent of the environment on the printed image.
But it resulted in an environmental statement that did not comply with good practice relating to the production of different focal images.
No, I disagree. It did comply with the then current guidance on preparation of visual images.
Well, if I could take you to paragraph 234 of your inquiry statement and the sentence above. You explain, I further understand that CEC requested that from these locations the position of the camera, including horizontal angle and vertical angle of view, which are a consequence of focal length of the camera lens, should be matched to the original photograph. If this was the case, then such a requirement is actually in conflict with the SNH 214 and 217 guidance, because the use of variable focal lenses or the use of different lenses with different focal length is not in accordance with SNH guidance. So you've undertaken a review of that and you agree that the environmental statement did not meet SNH guidance.
You are correct insofar as the SNH guidance would be applicable to non-wind farm application. The SNH guidance 2014 and 2017 is specifically related to wind farm development, not specifically related to urban development. The photomontages were wholly in compliance with the requirements of the City of Edinburgh Council at the time.
Now we could perhaps move on to CD 543, which was the extant guidance from the Landscape Institute at the time.
Yes.
Now, insofar as these matters are concerned, clearly the Landscape Institute is the professional body of landscape architects, if you're a member. Is that correct?
It is.
And insofar as the approach is concerned, clearly there was a sufficient need to bring professional guidance on these matters, and this is no doubt a group of expert landscape architects coming together to produce guidance for the wider profession. Is that correct?
That's generally correct.
And equally, if one looks at the front of the document in the first column, first page, do we see there that essentially one of the first things that the Institute recognise is that there are limitations with any photographic image, and the two-dimensional cannot capture or reflect the complexity of the underlying visual experience, which is therefore considered an approximation of the three-dimensional visual experience that an observer would receive in the field. Do we see that?
That's the first bullet point on the first column, under item 1.
Yeah, and then says that the material, as part of the technical process, can only be reached by way of visiting the location and actually experiencing it, rather than doing an assessment, a desk-based assessment.
Yes.
Yeah. And it then advises that this guidance on the second column supersedes the 09 guidance, and then talks about SNH guidance back from 2006, which was the then onshore wind farm guidance.
Yes.
And effectively, would it be fair to say that in respect of visualizations, the SNH guidance has very much led the landscape world in terms of how we approach producing images for the purposes of landscape and visual assessment?
In broad terms, that would be right.
Yeah. And do we see on the current guidance in the right-hand column, the third bullet point down, does this deal with the circumstance in which Edinburgh Council might have given certain advice to the participants, Rank and Fraser, in undertaking the preparing the visual material? Because here we've got a position where the guidance says when regulatory authorities specify their own photographic and photomontage requirements, the landscape professional should carefully consider whether they are justified or whether they would under or over-represent likely effects in the professional's opinion. Consideration may then be given to adding images to the impact assessment or omitting them and explaining the reasons for doing so. Is that correct?
That's what the text says.
Yeah. So in essence, what it's saying is people can tell you what to do, but ultimately it should be your professional judgment that drives the way in which you present the material. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the next section, section 3.0, is the principles of photography and photomontage. And you'll be glad to hear that I'm not going to go much beyond this, because then we get into the technical bit, which clearly is a matter that would take a lot of time. In terms of the objectives, do we see that the overall aim of the photography and photomontage is to represent the landscape context under consideration and the proposed development, both as accurately as is practical?
Yeah, I can read that.
Yeah. So can we see that it's landscape context and the proposed development that should be the key direction of what we're trying to establish within the photography and the photomontage? Yes?
In general terms.
Yeah. And if we see under the third section, the objective of the photomontage is to simulate the likely visual changes that would result from a proposed development and produce printed images of a size and resolution sufficient to match the perspective in the same view in the field. So again, it's to simulate the likely visual changes that will result from the proposed development.
Yes, and those images have been prepared
Yeah.
and submitted to the Council.
It then sets in 3.2 a series of criteria and it says the photomontage is essentially the modification, and then it says it gives a series of essentially requirements of what should be produced. Yeah, and essentially, in essence, these are the sort of basics that should be provided, and that the key issue is that under bullet point 2, it should be based on replicable, transparent, and structured process, so that the accuracy of the representation can be verified and trust established. Is that correct?
That's what it says in the text.
And we then go into photography, and then there's a section on preparing and viewing images and the preparation of the photomontage itself, which is a relatively complex process, isn't it, Mr. Van Grieken?
The actual preparation of a photomontage. That's a reasonable, specific process, yes.
And one of the points is that effectively the practitioner is trusted to get on and deliver that process in a manner which essentially properly represents the development, isn't it? And that's what is intended by this process, is that effectively these are essentially the guidance for the practitioner going away and doing that.
This document makes recommendations. Doesn't specify what the practitioner must do. I believe these recommendations have been followed in general terms. The process of the actual production of photomontages is usually done by a specialist company who have particular experience in that, as is the case in this situation.
And insofar as that is done, if there are errors in the underlying photomontages that are picked up, that undermines the confidence that we may have in the whole process. Do you agree with that?
If the photomontage was blatantly misleading, that would lead to lack of confidence. If there are some minor errors in it, then I not necessarily agree with that at all.
Except that the preparation of photomontages in a built environment is quite a complex process.
The production of photomontages in any environment is a complex process.
Particularly, it may involve, for example, positioning buildings that are currently present but which can't be seen in the base photograph. That in itself it can be quite a difficult and complex position, as well as the development. Is that correct?
I don't understand this point, this question.
I'll perhaps take you to an image and we can deal with it. Can I ask you to have CD 31, please, and can we look at visual image 27A, please?
Can I take the other documents away?
Yes, you can.
CD31, image?
27A.
Yes, I have that in front of me.
Now, this purports to be the baseline photograph of viewpoint 27A. Is that correct? And if you need the figure number, it's 13.89.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Van Grieken, I know your clients aren't very keen on the gate lodge, but in this baseline photograph, it appears to have lost its roof. Is that correct?
Can I compare it with another baseline photograph?
If you go to 180, there'll be a baseline photograph there as well, I suspect. CD 180, there'll be a baseline there as well.
Sorry, what was that reference?
CD 180, 27A, 13.92. 13.91, sorry.
Yes, you are correct. In the image that you first took me to, it appears to miss the roof.
Well, I'm going to suggest to you, Mr. Van Grieken, that this isn't a baseline photograph. It's a hodgepodge of a photomontage where the roof of the gate lodge has been removed.
Yes. Whether it's a hospital or not, the roof has clearly been removed from the photograph.
Yeah, and insofar as if you look to the left, there are some people coming down the path, and if you have a magnifying glass, it appears to be a couple of people. Now, those people appear again in a subsequent photograph, and that's in CD, the 27B image for CD 180. So again, this seems to imply that the baseline photograph for this particular viewpoint has actually been effectively a photomontage.
Could you put your proposition to me again so I can follow it with reference to the right document?
Okay, if you could have document 27A available, which is from CD 31, and that's figure 13.89. And you might want to also have figure 13.92 of CD 180.
I have those.
Yeah. And if you look at the people coming down the path in 13.89 and 13.92, they appear to be the one and the same, i.e. the same people coming down the path in 13.92 as are shown in the alleged baseline photograph at 13.89 and 31. Do you see that?
Yeah, whether they're the same people I cannot judge on this photograph.
Well, I've had the magnifying glass out and they seem to be wearing the same clothing. So does it appear, Mr. Van Grieken, that in terms of the environmental statement, that the baseline photograph submitted for view 27A is in fact a photomontage?
I don't know.
Okay. If you keep CD 180 out, could we go to viewpoint 21A, please, which is figures 1375 and 1376?
I have those in front of me.
Yeah. Now, for the purposes of cross-examination, I want to cut down me having to say every time we've got a pavilion and a west wing. So that is a west pavilion and a west wing, and the area in between, to which in the baseline photograph there's a tree, I'm now going to call the western gap. So we have a terminology that we don't need to have to coming and going from. Okay, Mr. Van Grieken. So that the space between the lower pavilion and the main building I'm describing as the western gap, if that's okay.
I understand.
Now, in terms of the western gap, obviously we see the proposed building, but underneath that we also see that effectively there have been some alterations in landscaping to the streetscape as part of the proposed development, and all the car parking, etc. is removed. Do we see that?
Yes.
And insofar as we have the the western pavilion, do we see that its eastern face in relation to the baseline photograph 21A, appears to have a window in the centre, a window to the right, and a dummy space to the left.
Figure 21A, 1376?
Yes, 1375.
1375.
The baseline. Do we see it's got a dummy and then a window, and then it appears behind the third column from the left, there is some form of window. Is that correct?
I cannot judge whether it's a window, but there's something visible,
Yeah.
yes.
And when we get to the photomontage, the whole window assemblage appears to have changed to 3 much larger windows in terms of the photomontage. Is that correct?
It indicates 3 features, yes.
Yeah. Now, I did look on the various plans, and I couldn't find that there was a proposal to do this. Would you accept that if that is accurate, that image 21A is simply inaccurate as photomontaged?
If that is accurate, the photomontage doesn't exactly reflect that.
Yeah. And if there aren't any proposals to alter the windows and the dummy, etc., why would the photomontage be inaccurate in relation to this matter?
I couldn't answer that question. I don't know.
Now, I want to just keep going, Mr. Van Grieken, if I can, about photomontages at the present time. Insofar as you gave evidence on Friday afternoon, and apparently you'd gone off on Thursday afternoon on a jaunt to go and have a look at the front of the Royal High School building and contemplate the production of a photomontage. Is that right? You recall that evidence?
Yes.
And insofar as the evidence was concerned, can we confirm that from a location on the south side of Regent Road, it would be possible to undertake and produce a photomontage of the Eastern Gap?
Yes.
And you've done that in part in a fashion through Viewpoint 21, which would be a proxy for that. Is that correct? The one that we looked at just then.
That's the Western Gap.
Yes, yes.
Not the Eastern Gap.
No, the West. You've got one for the West. Yeah.
Yes, but you asked me...
Yeah, I did. So you've got one for the West, so you could produce one for the East, couldn't you? Showing the development.
You could, yes.
Yeah. And insofar as the guidelines are concerned, the viewpoint of what we might call the Western Gap was considered sufficiently important to be placed within the environmental statement, yet there is no equivalent view of the Eastern Gap.
No, you're correct, but there is viewpoint 35, which was added in the second application to particularly illustrate the visibility of the eastern wing,
Yeah.
which actually represent more of a maximum effect scenario than would be the case had the applicant produced a photomontage from of the Eastern Gap from the location in the centre of the opposite the portico.
But insofar as we're dealing with a building and assessing the impacts associated with this development, isn't it fairly clear that that is an omission and that it is of some interest to understand how the new building would relate to the Hamilton building on its eastern side? Do you understand how that might be a matter visually that we wanted to see?
In addition to the visualizations that are before the inquiry, I don't think that would add much necessary information. If you were to go there, you would observe that you can also see the current gymnasium block through the Eastern Gap. And that would change to visibility of the eastern wing.
But insofar as how big that particular building, the Eastern Hotel, would look in the Eastern Gap, we don't have information, apart from generalised information, which I think was given on the site inspection, that effectively the Eastern Hotel block was approximately 2 metres higher than the gymnasium building. Now, from that, we might be able to deduce some information, but why do we have to stick trying to guess when you could have easily produced an image? And this is a matter which, shall we say, has been consistent for a number of years from my clients.
You may be right that it's been consistent request from your client, but it's never been a request from City of Edinburgh Council, who agreed all the viewpoints with the applicant, re-agreed them in 2017 for the 2017 application. It is theoretically possible to take photomontages from endless number of locations, but it doesn't help the decision-making process.
Well, what if it did affect the decision-making process? What if I was standing in front of the central portico on the south of Regent Road, and on the east wing there was an image of a hotel wing that went halfway down, and then on the west side there was an image of the hotel wing about halfway between the effectively between the height of the full height of the western main building, and on the east side there was a hotel wing which was towering above effectively the eastern main part of the building, thereby, shall we say, giving some notion to the notional symmetry being somewhat eroded. Can you see that, Mr. Van Grieken, that particular point?
As a theoretical proposition,
and in terms of the only image that we have...
Well, I think Mr Van Grieken is turning up documents to try to answer that question. If he could be given a moment, please.
He certainly can.
I refer you again to viewpoint 35, which is part of the 2017 application. Which gives, in my opinion, a more maximum effect impression of the change in view from that particular location.
Okay, it may be the maximum effect, but it's a different effect where I've got the visibility of both the east and west wings of the main Hamilton building in an angle of turning of my head. That's the point, isn't it? That is a view which is essentially one taken at the bus stop looking back at the eastern wing.
As requested specifically by the determining authority.
So the position is, can you give an indication of whether, in your view, the new eastern hotel block would exceed the height of the eastern elevation of the main building in the view? Mr. Van Grieken, are you doing some magic on the computer? Is that what's...
I'm trying to find an image which I prepared for myself last week. I cannot readily put my finger on it, but I have been with drawings at the location you put me to, and the proposed east wing will appear slightly taller, slightly above the currently visible gymnasium from that location.
Thank you. Can we now go to the back of the building and Carlton Hill Drive? There's two sets of visualization that aren't the same in both environmental statements. The viewpoint locations are slightly different for viewpoint 32 between the two of them, isn't it?
Yes, as was agreed and discussed with City of Edinburgh Council.
Now, insofar as the trip of the notional visitor, it's a party that's come off the hill, coming down the hill. If we were going to view Carlton Hill Drive, one of the points would be that to get to the top of the hill, you have to go up the hill. So that would be the alternative journey. Is that correct?
Alternative to what?
Coming down the hill. You could go up the hill.
Yeah. Different experience from going down the hill.
And indeed, in the context of this particular proposal, it will indeed be rather different, because not only will you have seen on either scheme to your right as you move up the hotel, the Western Hotel block, but the Eastern Hotel block will also be prominent and visible as one moves up Carlton Hill Drive. Is that correct?
It will be visible, yes.
But the issue that we don't have is an image roughly halfway down the hill in terms of imagery, perhaps opposite the rear of the temple, which would show the visual relationship between the Hamilton building and the new Eastern Hotel wing, do we?
No, we don't have such an image, but I would draw your attention to the height of the railings, which you would have to look through obliquely, which would make it very difficult to see any. It would make it more difficult to see the clarity of the image.
And insofar as that there are proposals to make various alterations to the north elevation, again, they have not really been depicted in any verified photomontage. Would that be fair?
They have not been depicted in any verified photomontage.
Again, if we were interested in understanding the visual change associated with this development, or either of the developments, that would be a matter which would be at close proximity and which has not been shown. Is that correct?
It's not been expressed in a specific photomontage looking from the path to the south head-on to the building, if that's what you refer to. But there is definitely imagery that illustrates the view as one comes down, and it has been detailed considered. And if you wish, I can give you a detailed description of how that view will be changing and what the components of the views are.
But one of the issues here is that the Landscape Institute's guidance said that in essence, photomontages are there to help us have clear and accurate images of the development. And insofar as we have images from viewpoint 32, they are partial. They do not show the full extent of development, and therefore that is not consistent with the 2011 Landscape Institute guidance, is it?
I think there are ample images to give a really good, really useful information to decision makers and others to get to be able to inform their opinion in terms of the development, what it will look like.
Thank you. Moving on, Mr. Van Grieken. Mr. Van Grieken, you haven't travelled 500 miles to get here today, have you?
No.
And I can promise you...
I haven't walked 500 miles either. or more.
And we'll be coming back to talk about which landscape fabric is no more later on, Mr. Van Grieken.
Okay.
Yeah. So how can we possibly get an amalgamation of Proclaimers songs, Mr. Van Grieken? And I'll give you CD 603.
Hope you're not going to test me on the Proclaim.
You got CD 603.
Yes, I have that.
And there indeed we find this amalgamation perfectly represented in Sunshine on Leith, with the sun going over the top of Carlton Hill and managing to get over the top and into Leith. Now, Mr Van Grieken, if Sunshine on Leith is being sung in this particular venue, apparently natural order has been overturned. But in respect of the natural order of Carlton Hill, can we agree that because of its location, that the sun will rise in the east and travel through the south and set in the west, and as a consequence, that lighting of the development will be one of the factors which is relevant in considering the visibility of the proposed visual change that's going to be occur through either development?
Yeah, lighting is a relevant consideration.
I don't want to get into a really sterile debate about which image showed which sunshine, but can we agree that effectively, just because an image doesn't have sunshine in it, that you would accept that when we go to that viewpoint, we could or should at least imagine that we might be having the sun behind us and thereby having the development front lit, and it will have increased the prominence?
As I said last week on Friday, there are different lighting conditions. I've walked up many hills in Scotland with the hope of seeing the environment, and was covered in mist, and equally walked through mist and had the most spectacular view.
But insofar as some of the images taken in terms of the photomontages look a bit black and the building looks a bit austere and dark, that's not how it's going to look for large parts of the year, is it? Because clearly if the residents of this general area of the city sing about the sunshine, it must be the fact that this is quite a sunny part of Scotland.
I don't want to speculate about what number of days it will be sunny or not in Edinburgh, and what number of days the hair will be preventing you from seeing your hand from your at a comfortable arm's length distance.
But one of the points about this is how the building will be viewed, and I think there's been some debate. Did you, before this inquiry, have any discussion with anybody in the inquiry team about whether the glass within the building would be reflective, matte, dark, whatever? Was there any discussion with you?
It has certainly been discussed, yes.
In terms of the images, was it agreed that almost all the images that I have seen show an element of reflectivity within the glass?
I would have to go to every image to either agree or disagree with you. There is a level of reflection shown in some of the images, yes.
And if there is some reflection, the building will have a particular appearance. And if one went for an entirely blocking out any reflection, is it not the case that it would take on a relatively dark and austere appearance because one wouldn't get the reflections of the light, for example, on the external material? Is that correct? Which have you gone for in terms of your presentation of images?
If you refer your representation of images, I presume you refer to the MVGLA images which were prepared in April this year. They have been rendered to mimic the light and clarity conditions of the baseline photograph.
And in terms of the actual building, have you incorporated some element of reflectivity in the glass, or have you entirely matte?
Need to go and check my document.
But is that not a specification that you would put in if it was going to be an entirely matte finish on the glass that had no reflectivity? Is that not an input as opposed to something that you check?
You check as an input the lighting conditions and you try and mimic those as best as possible, given the information that's available about the building, areas of glass, areas of other materials, and what the likely reflectivity is one consideration that I understand the specialists who prepare photomontages will take into account.
So that's what you've done in your images. There is some reflectivity within the glass within the images that you've produced. I think image 3 probably shows an element of it. I don't know if you've...
Which document are you looking at?
Mr. Van Grieken's CD3596.
Thank you.
I wasn't actually hoping to end up at an image, but I was more really just looking for Mr. Van Grieken to give a view as opposed to necessarily, but if he wants to illustrate it.
Photomontage?
No. I was really asking your view as to what had been inputted into your photomontages. Was it glass that was slightly reflective, totally reflective, or completely matte? And as I understood, that would be an input as opposed to what was in the image. Or are you suggesting that it's a matter that you do on an image-by-image basis?
It tries as best as possible to illustrate the likely effect of glass, depending on the orientation of that glass. If you go to figure viewpoint 3A underscore 04, which illustrates the west wing, and you look at that image, you can see brighter areas of glass and darker areas of glass, which represent the lighting to match the lighting conditions as good as is practical.
Okay. And whilst we're sticking to visual material, I was just wondering if you'd had the opportunity to watch. I don't know who's. Well, they're in the evidence of Professor Tavener. The videos.
I have watched the kinetic sequence. Yes.
And I think they're CD602, and I'm not suggesting we watch them, although I think we might be getting a showing perhaps later today if we can get the screen sorted. But have you looked at those images?
Yes.
Insofar as the second set of images, as we're coming up from Waterloo Place onto Regent Road, as we come up, we get a view of Arthur Seat.
Yes.
And related hills. Now, one of the things that is very, very clear from those video images is the fact that the underlying hill forms of Arthur Seat are not coming out in terms of landform.
I would have to check the visual, the little film again to see.
If it wasn't picking up the detail, what's the likely cause of that? Just on the hypothesis that it's not picking up the detail.
I don't know.
Would it potentially be about a resolution issue of the underlying data?
No, this is something you'll have to pick up with Professor Tavener.
Okay. But in terms of your work, Mr. Van Grieken, with producing visualizations, you'll be fairly familiar with working with DTM and various underlying data relating to landform. Presumably that's available at different scales.
DTM data are available at different scales, yes. Different level of resolution, I should say.
Yeah. And one of the issues is with lesser resolution data is exactly that hills start losing their form in that type of format, and that's just a byproduct of the inability of the software system to replicate the finer detail of landform.
Now, it's nothing to do with the inability of the software. If the data is less detailed, the image produced from data will also be less detailed.
It's a bit like dot to dot. The more dot to dot it is, the more detail we'll get. Is that correct?
The more dots you get, the more detailed potentially the model is. But the question really is, does it make a material difference to the ability to appreciate what's happening.
If we could move on, please. Could you have CD 542 available, which is the GLVIA 3?
Was that 542?
Yes, 542.
Yes, I have that.
And I just want to go to section 5.5 on page 74, please. Have you...
5.5?
Yeah.
I have that.
Just before getting there, Mr. Van Grieken, how many projects involving townscape character assessments have you been involved with in the last 10 years?
Four or five?
And in terms of assessments in World Heritage sites, how many in the last 10 years?
One.
This one.
This one.
Yeah, thank you. In section 5.5, it sets out the essentially landscape character assessment and townscape character assessment. Do we see that?
Yes.
And in the context of this case, we've got a bit of a mix and match because we've got aspects of landscape character and aspects of townscape character that come into play because of the nature of the context. Is that correct?
Yes, and there is an early reference to townscape character at the beginning of the document.
Yep. That there are links to cultural heritage and historic landscape. Landscape as it is today. The second is concerned with how the landscape came to be as it is, dealing with historic dimensions such as time depth and historical layering. The idea of landscape as a palimpsest are much written over manuscript. I think we've already had that in the inquiry. But that's the distinction that's drawn in relation to the GLVIA 3.
Yes, but again I need to refer to other paragraphs as well. I actually quote those in my inquiry report.
Yes, you've got those. Do you want some time to look at those out, or I was going to 5.10 next, if you're...
You're going to 5.10 in the GLVAA?
Yes.
Yeah, give me a minute, please. I apologize for being so slow, but I want to take you to an important reference. Can I perhaps come back to that? Because
We'll obviously be having a break in the morning. Totally forget about that, and you can pick it up at that time and come back to me if you've got anything more you want to say on that. I'm quite perfectly happy with that, Mr. Van Grieken.
Okay.
Yeah, and that applies. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. 5.10 is really the output of the discussions in the last sentence, that the collaboration between the cultural heritage and the landscape professional will allow the landscape baseline information to reflect a full understanding of the historic characteristics and features of today's landscape.
Yes, as has indeed occurred in this case.
Thank you.
If you were to look, for example, at the appendices to the environmental statement deal with townscape, the baseline description specifically refers to the cultural heritage development, time depth issues, etc., to inform the character areas which have been used for the townscape character assessment.
We'll come on to look at those later, but in terms of the guidance at 521, we see particularly that included within the context of the value of landscape, that international and national designations come into play. Is that correct? And that one of those at 521 is indeed the internationally acclaimed World Heritage Site.
They are a consideration, yes.
And insofar as this particular case is concerned, and we'll come on to look at it, but the World Heritage Site, in essence, I would suggest, identifies not only a current townscape position, but also identifies aspects of landscape which are important to the World Heritage Site. Would you accept that?
There are elements within the World Heritage Site, yes.
And then, in terms of the moving on to visual impact assessment, if we could go to page 101 of the GLVIA 3. In terms of that passage, it is clear that cultural heritage issues also impinge and have relevance in undertaking work relating to the assessment of visual impacts, and that there will be an interrelationship between cultural heritage and the visual baseline and visual effects. Do you see that?
You refer me to the first sentence, interrelationship
Yes.
with cultural heritage topic area need to be borne in mind when developing the visual baseline and identifying visual effects.
And equally, we see at the last bit, in urban areas, or the second last sentence, in urban areas there may be particular interest in strategic views relating to heritage assets. Well, that's relevant in this instance, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Landmarks, again, relevant in this instance. And other key views and vistas that may have been defined by cultural heritage experts. Yes.
Yes.
And townscape assessments may help with this. So what, in terms of the visual assessment we're trying to do, is pull together key aspects of cultural heritage which may also have a relevance. And your role in that is assessing the visual change from those identified viewpoints. Is that correct?
The role of the landscape architect is to review the changes in the visual environment and the changes in townscape and landscape character.
And that is because you as landscape professionals have those particular aspects within your training and professional expertise. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm now going to move on to consider landscape context, please, and if we could have document CD 477 first, please.
Yes.
Now, just so we have the context for this, this is a study undertaken of the Edinburgh landscape characters prepared for City of Edinburgh Council by land use consultants, your former colleagues there, and Carol Anderson.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. And so effectively, they've gone round Edinburgh, breaking it down into landscape character areas and descriptions, and then providing essentially within the document a description of the area that they've found and particular attributes and character which they consider are relevant to the particular areas that they've identified.
That's correct.
And if we go to page 169, we see the landscape character area defined as Carlton Hill and their assessment of the area which they described, and it's got a nice picture of the national monument on the front of their character area.
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
Yeah. So insofar as these landscape professionals are concerned, this is dealing with landscape character, not townscape character. Can we agree on that?
I think it's called landscape character, but...
And insofar as there's a description about the at paragraph 370, and at 3.171, we see a description that the urban edge presses close to Carlton Hill. That presumably means built development presses close to Carlton Hill. And of particular note is the former Royal High School on the southern face. So even in a landscape context situation, the landscape architects were particularly identifying the former Royal High School as having a particular value or weight in terms of how it sits relative to Carlton Hill, didn't they?
They say what they say in that paragraph.
Yeah. And equally, from a landscape perspective, they say that the monuments form an iconic element of the city skyline. In places, the appreciation of the height and the focus provided by the hill has been reduced by the scale and proximity of modern built development around its base. Do you agree with that?
Well, that's a description.
Well, you might disagree with the description, Mr. Van Grieken. I'm asking, do you agree with it?
I agree that the monuments form an iconic element of the city skyline on Carlton Hill. And in places, the appreciation of height and focus provided by the hill has been reduced by the scale and proximity of modern development around its base, particularly near Carlton Road at the bottom of the hill, and as seen from where one can perceive the full height of the hill. You see development at the lower part. That affects the profile of the hill.
Mm-hmm. So can we agree that an appreciation of height and focus could be harmed by the development of modern built development?
No, that's far too generic a description.
Well, couldn't it be a fairly easy description that Carlton Hill sits there with relatively limited sections unbuilt upon round its base, and by them I include, for example, the area immediately to the west of the site that we're talking about, underneath Nelson Monument, where there is actually no development immediately below it or around the hill, is there?
If you look at Carlton Hill as the crack and tail landform which it is, and you look from the south, we see St Andrew's House, which considerably, we see then a small area of, if you look at the elevation only, see a small area of crag which is currently vegetated with no built development in front. We then see the Royal High School, we then see the Regent Terrace. The eye is particularly drawn to the horizon, where we can see the monuments on top of the hill.
Now, couldn't you view effectively the threat to Carlton Hill as it ends up like a monk's head, built all round the development, right round the whole of Carlton Hill at a certain height, and just left with a little bit of top with the monuments atop? Isn't that the risk that's being identified here as what might happen?
No, I disagree with that.
Okay. And 3172, do we see there a comment about the buildings and monuments that contribute to the distinctive skyline and give added height to the low hill? That's effectively the monuments that are located on top of the hill. I think that's directly directed towards.
I think the reference is to the monuments on top of the hill,
Yeah.
yes.
And do we see under the landscape assessment that effectively they pick out character aspects under typicality and then explanation, and these are sort of categories that they bring to it. And they say that, for example, under the first one, typicality, Carlton Hill forms one of several prominent volcanic hills in central Edinburgh, several of which are the setting for distinctive historic buildings. So it's putting it into that context that it's one of the hills that provides a setting to distinctive historic buildings. Is that correct?
That's what the text reads, yeah.
And if we go over the page under prominence, Carlton Hill is prominent within Edinburgh area, and this prominence is enhanced by the built features and the proximity to the city centre. Carlton Hill is located in the centre of Edinburgh, is popular with locals and visitors. So can we agree that Carlton Hill is prominent within Edinburgh?
Yes.
And then under the scenic qualities, the character and qualities, an iconic hill within central Edinburgh with distinctive built features. Now, again, the hill's iconic, but the built features are distinctive, i.e. they bring an identity. Would that be a fair description of distinctive?
I think that's generally a fair description of distinctive.
Mm-hmm. And then we go down, and in terms of recreation, etc., yes, it's a recreation. Then it's got the cultural aspects, where it starts layering on all the various designations, design landscape, 19th century to present, recreation, buildings dating from 19th century to present, various important early 19th century monuments and buildings. That's the descriptor. Then it goes through the GDL, again, relating it to the Newtown Gardens, Newtown Conservation Area and World Heritage. So it's almost giving a background to all those various designations that are applicable.
It simply lists within which geographic areas that are considered in other contexts it is located.
And then a key landscape context is the associations. Carlton Hill is part of the reason why Edinburgh is known as the Athens of the North, due to the National Monument and Dugald-Stewart Monument, valued as dramatic viewpoint over the city and commonly featured in film and TV. Do you see that?
I see that.
Yeah. So, insofar as the city's identity is concerned, that Carlton Hill is symbolic not only at a local level, but nationally and internationally as to what Edinburgh stands for.
No, I think that's taking it far too broad.
Well, but putting it another way, perhaps taking those associative points, can you name a south-facing hill in the United Kingdom which is more important and identifies a city or location than Carlton Hill to Edinburgh?
Arthur's Seat?
I'm not giving you Edinburgh. You've got to go outside Edinburgh.
You didn't specify that.
Too easy, because you could go to the castle or Arthur's Seat, but in an Edinburgh context. And it's
It's
south-facing.
highly relevant.
South-facing.
Castle and the other 7 hills in Edinburgh. They're highly relevant.
Yeah, I just said south-facing, so you're saying the south face of Arthur's Seat, and I was very specific in making south-facing. So, is there any south-facing hill that is as prominent an identifier of a city or location than Carlton Hill is to Edinburgh?
Castle Hill, seen from the south.
So is it only Edinburgh that has these features of definition by hills?
Well, I cannot answer that question, whether it's only Edinburgh that has distinctive features. There are other cities in the UK which have hill features.
Move on to CD 482, please, Mr. Van Grieken.
Yes, I have that.
And that's the
Landscape character area of Carlton Hill.
the 482 is the special landscape candidate area descriptions, the justification for the designation of the SLA, which I think has occurred in the LDP. Yeah. And again, are you aware of who prepared this? Okay. So effectively, they've taken forward their findings of 477 and taken it forward to identify a designation which is the special landscape area. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And insofar as, again, we get landscape characters and qualities, and again, in that context, do we see at the last paragraph under landscape characters and qualities a specific reference to the Grade A listed monuments and buildings that have been cited on Carlton Hill?
Which paragraph are you taking me to?
The last one under the candidate landscape characteristics and qualities.
It says the candidate special landscape area is bounded by Regent Terrace Gardens to the east, Regent Road and Old Royal High School to the south, Carlton Hill, Nottingham Place and Greenside Road to the west, and Royal Terrace to the north.
Yes, I was just taking you to the last paragraph of landscape characteristics and qualities. Yeah. And that one of the characteristics of this SLA, which the Royal High School just sits on the south side of, is the A-listed monuments and buildings cited on Carlton Hill are specifically referenced as part of the landscape character.
Yes.
That is because these monuments exert such a strong visual, because this isn't about whether they all relate to each other, this is assessing it from a landscape character and perspective, that these monuments exert such a strong character on the landscape that they're included as part of the landscape character of the site itself.
They're named in the landscape characteristics and qualities, as there are many other features above that you're not quoting.
And we're going to go on and look at the development, but do you agree that the extent to which the proposed development starts joining with these particular monuments is something that's likely to be relevant in a landscape context?
The proposed development does not join with these monuments that are on the hill.
Yeah.
These monuments are on the hill. The proposed development is on the south-facing cut slope.
We'll have a look at some of those relationships that were created, but can we agree that arising from this, even in a landscape context, how the proposed development sits and fits with the relationship of these particular monuments would be a relevant consideration?
It'd be one consideration you would take into account, yes.
And then we get essentially what are the issues about facing Carlton Hill. One of them's visitor pressure, but the first one is built development affecting appreciation of hill form and skyline. And I would suggest to you that that is the pass-on from the previous character assessment about the potential risks of building modern development around the hill.
That's what the text says, and I have considered this in quite a lot of detail, and I strongly disagree that the build development proposed affects the appreciation of the hill and skyline. Mm-hmm. It has no visibility against the skyline, except, of course, when we're at really close proximity and look up. Any building affects the skyline. And it doesn't affect the appreciation of the hill form. Mm-hmm. The hill form is a crag and tail form with steep western side, generally steep western side, and southwestern and northwestern slopes, and then tailing off to the east.
We'll come on and look at that and when we get to the specifics. But I now want to move on to the World Heritage Site and CD 490, please.
So just before we do that, my understanding is this is about halfway through the cross-examination, and I wonder, therefore, if it would be an appropriate point to take a break.
I'm happy with that, Mr. Innes. I'll be guided by you.
Absolutely happy with that, if that's suitable. Thanks.
Okay, let's take a break until 11:35.
Context, Mr. Van Grieken, I'm only doing in the heritage documents, the World Heritage Management Plan CD 490, and then we're going to do a very little piece from the Old Town character appraisal, just to give you a context of where I'm coming from.
Before you do, may I come back to the point?
You certainly can.
You took me to GLVAA with document CD 542. You took me to paragraph 5.7, stressing the importance of the relationship between the link between cultural heritage and historic landscape character and time depth issues. May I also refer you to paragraph 5.11, which is over the page, which states, the sharing of relevant baseline information should not be confused with the need for separate cultural heritage appraisals such as historic landscape characterization and assessment of historic landscape appraisal, or there will be a danger of both double handling and inappropriate judgments by non-experts. It is particularly important that responsibilities are clear in considering any effect on the setting and views of historic buildings, conservation areas and other heritage assets. I'm sure everyone would agree we've heard almost 4 days of evidence from Mr. Wright on the heritage effects, and we had more than a day from Ms. Tweedy on other cultural heritage aspects. This reinforces that my role is to look at the landscape, townscape and visual aspects of the environment.
Thank you, Mr. Van Grieken. That was a very helpful clarification. But just to be very clear, Ms. Tweedy very carefully handled and passed over all townscape matters to the landscape professionals.
Agreed.
So we're into CD 490, and perhaps helpful before we move on, just to settle in and understand the context on page 5, please, which has the scope and status of the plan.
That's what it says in the heading.
Yes, you've got that, have you? Yeah. And in terms of the management plan, it sets out a series of bullet points that it identifies that it seeks to achieve, and trying to create the vision under the second bullet, help to explain the special qualities and values of the site, and also the advocation of existing protective policies. And that's a key component part of a World Heritage Site framework, isn't it? That there's appropriate policies in place to protect the World Heritage Site.
Well, I'm not a witness to give you an answer in terms of what the requirement of policy is in relation to World Heritage Site.
Well, I'm happy if your answers to all these questions are confined to consideration of matters that are relevant to landscape, townscape and visual assessment. That's the basis on which I'm putting these matters, Mr. Van Grieken, to make sure that there is absolute clarity on that matter. Okay. If I can ask you then to move forward in the document to section 2.2, which I have on page 9 of the document. And again, it's got further sort of perhaps further information being provided to understand. Do we see that in terms of the last bullet point, that ensuring the OUV of the site and its setting is understood, protected and sustained is one of the aims of the management plan?
That's what it reads.
Yeah, thank you. Now, in Chapter 3, we get key information about the old and new towns of Edinburgh World Heritage Site, Chapter 3, Key Facts.
Key information, it's headed.
Yeah. Now, in terms of bullet point 2, that the inscription recognised a striking contrast in quality and architecture between the medieval old town and the Georgian new town. The medieval old town has retained its distinctive pattern of narrow passageways known as closes and wynds, and we see that in contrast, the new town's first designed in 1767 is the largest and best preserved example of Georgian town planning in the United Kingdom.
That's what it reads, again.
Yes. Now, that, in the context of townscape, is relevant when we're considering that it is one of the largest and best preserved examples of Georgian town planning. That is a townscape issue, isn't it?
Yes.
In the second part, or third bullet point, we have Edinburgh is built on an extraordinary landscape of hills and valleys formed many millions ago by volcanoes and ice sheets. Together, these factors have created a truly distinctive skyline and stunning views which are recognised around the world.
That's what the text raised. I cannot comment on whether they are what the statement that recognised around the world is based on.
Well, can we agree that Carlton Hill forms one of those extraordinary hills?
Carlton Hill is one of the 7 hills.
Yeah, yeah. And we saw in the landscape character assessment the role that Carlton Hill played in being distinctive and being characterised as iconic. So it is one of the hills in which this attribute is evident, isn't it?
Carlton Hill as an entity was described as iconic, but it was a reference to iconic monuments on top of the hill.
And insofar as the World Heritage Site is concerned, effectively there may be 7 hills in Edinburgh, but Carlton Hill is within the World Heritage Site, isn't it?
As is Castle Hill.
Yes. So those are the 2 hills that are in the World Heritage Site. That's correct, isn't it? The castle and effectively Carlton Hill. So when these comments are made in relation to the World Heritage Site, we're either talking about the castle or possibly effectively the Carlton Hill.
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
When we're talking about hills within the World Heritage Site, it's either Carlton Hill or the effectively Edinburgh Castle.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Or could it be said, and I think that might be said later, is that actually Arthur's Seat and its surrounding landmass provide a context and a setting to the World Heritage Site?
Well, I would say Arthur's Seat allows you views over the World Heritage Site if you look in the general northwesterly direction. And from parts of the World Heritage Site there are views of Arthur's Seat and Salisbury Crags. Whether that provides a setting, I think it's not necessary. I wouldn't describe it as a setting. There's clearly a visual interaction between the two, or a potential visibility from each of from the World Heritage Site to Arthur's Seat and vice versa.
Now, if we keep going in the key facts, under the sixth key fact, which is the bottom right in the second column, the site has retained its historic urban form and character to a remarkable extent. So the intactness is one of the key facts according to the management plan.
No, it doesn't say intactness. It says has retained its historic urban form and character. That's not the same as intactness.
Well, we'll come on to. Do you think if the urban form and character had been changed by the replacement of modern buildings with the historic, there would have been a change in form and character?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah. If I change aspects of urban form and character to different urban form and character, would that site have retained the urban form and character?
If you wholesome change urban form and character, then it wouldn't retain, self-evidently not retain the predated urban character.
Now, in terms of the right-hand page, there are further bullet points, and we see underneath, under the second bullet point, there are many open spaces, graveyards throughout the site. Carlton Hill does form one of the open spaces within the site. Is that correct?
Which page?
On the right-hand column of the next page, which would be page 13. The list keeps going on, as it were, of bullet points of key facts. Yeah, the second top one is key. Yeah. And then under the penultimate bullet point, the new town contains a high concentration of remarkably intact world-class neoclassical buildings, best known being the Royal High School Register House in Charlotte Square. Do you see that? So that, again, does use the word remarkably intact, doesn't it? What do you understand by the meaning of the word remarkably intact?
That those buildings themselves have not changed.
Now, Chapter 3 goes on to expand on these in a fairly lengthy way, and I just want to pick out a couple of matters. On page 17, is a relationship I just want to briefly discuss with you, and it's page 17, third column, third paragraph down.
Yeah, I have that.
Yeah. It and the context is the dramatic topography of the old town, combined with the planned alignments of key buildings in both the old and the new town, results in spectacular views and panoramas and an iconic skyline. Do we see that?
I see that.
Yeah. Now, in the context of the Royal High School, it is a key building of the new town. It is visible from the old town, and is one of the views that could be generally described as a panorama on an iconic skyline. Would you agree with that?
No.
Okay. You don't agree that the views from the old town up to the Royal High School are of particular merit and value in an old town context?
I discussed the visual interaction between the old and new town with reference that others have suggested that the proposed development changes the juxtaposition between the old town and the new town. I disagree with that. I said no to your answer because you coupled together a whole host of factors which I don't agree with the way you couple them together. There are a range of spectacular views and panoramic views within both the Old Town and the New Town. I draw your attention, for example, to the view from Castle Street, which is in the New Town, within the World Heritage Site, which focuses on the castle, and looking the other way, it looks all the way to the Firth of Forth. So there are a number of spectacular views and panoramics.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's the only one, because obviously it's not the only one, but it's one of the views up from the Old Town up to the Royal High School with monuments atop Carlton Hill is an iconic view.
Up to Carlton Hill with the monuments on top of the hill. There are some locations where it's an iconic view, yeah.
Now, I just want to take chapter 3.5, second column. That what the purpose of the plan is to do is to safeguard the outstanding universal value. And it says that the plan is a tool for influencing. Have you got that on page 18?
Yes, I have that.
Yeah. The plan is a tool for influencing the development process in order to ensure that the OUV of the site and its settings are understood, protected and sustained. So they're looking to make sure we understand them, protect them and sustain them. That's the key that is being sought. Do we see that?
I see what the text says, yeah.
And insofar as it goes on in the next column to say, large-scale developments may have an impact on OUV. Do we see that?
That's what the document reads.
Yeah. Do we agree that this is a large-scale development because effectively it requires environmental impact assessment and therefore as a threshold that it would be deemed likely to give rise to significant environmental effects? So can we agree that this is a large-scale development?
In the context of the city, I don't think it's a large-scale development.
Okay. That might be a debate we have later. If we move on, that similarly, small-scale changes may also have an impact on OUV. Now, how would a small change have an impact on OUV?
Well, as I said earlier, I'm not the witness to ask about outstanding universal value.
Could it be the case, Mr. Van Grieken, that effectively, and I'll put this proposition generally to you, as within all designations, not all parts of a designated area have the same sensitivity and value as other parts, do they?
They all contribute to the reasons why a designation may be described, the reasons for its designation. Talking as a landscape architect, there are reasons for designating national scenic areas. And if you wanted to assess the effects on those national scenic areas, you look at the reasons for its designation and you ask the question whether or not any or all or more than one of the reasons are compromised, and whether, if there is an effect on one or more of those reasons of designation, whether this would prevent the designation taking place if it had not yet been designated.
Now, I see your analogy, and effectively what you're saying is that you've taken a national scenic area that has concepts of special qualities. Those special qualities may be displayed throughout the national scenic area. Some are. There are to be a mix of landscape character produced an outstandingly rare composition that justifies the designation. That's correct?
Yeah, a range of factors will justify its designation.
Yeah. But secondly, in relation to something like a national scenic area, it may even pick out one particular view that within or of the national scenic area is picked out of being particular importance. Is that?
It's being picked out, but it's not necessarily the exclusive reason for its designation, or if there was an effect on that view that it would prevent the designation from occurring.
Mm-hmm. But insofar as you harm that one special quality, that in itself may be to undermine. I mean, you seem to set quite a high test. I'm not quite sure if that's right, that I have to get to the stage where the site wouldn't be designated anymore for for the effect to be of a magnitude. I'm just struggling with that concept, Mr. Van Grieken. So your concept is that the effect has to be so bad that you would not designate the site. That's the general test that you're applying if the development proceeded.
That's not exactly my words. And it's my responsibility as part of the townscape and visual impact assessment to advise the decision maker on likely significant effects. And in the case of designations, I would ask the question, would there be a significant effect on the designation? That judgment would be informed by considering what aspects, qualities, characteristics of the designation may be affected and to what extent.
We'll keep going, or otherwise we'll be here all day, Mr. Van Grieken, so I'll keep going. If we could move forward at A1 of the document on page 55. Now, on the left-hand column is topography, and there's a descriptor of the Edinburgh, that Edinburgh enjoys one of the most spectacular urban landscapes in the world. Its dramatically varied terrain rests on a complicated geological pattern, extinct volcanoes, lava flows, and igneous intrusions. Now, that applies because Carlton Hill is part of that character, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And then if we move forward under the Appendix A, under the new town.
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah. So we've got two columns of the new town, and on the right-hand column we have, first of all, in the penultimate paragraph, a specific reference that the most noteworthy for its planned ensembles rather than its individual buildings. The new town has, however, a number of notable public buildings, and the Royal High School is specifically mentioned on that second under there, isn't it?
On page
59.
Second paragraph.
Second paragraph, page 59, we have express reference of the Royal High School being one of the exemplars of notable buildings within the World Heritage Site in the new town.
Yes.
Yeah. And underneath that, in the last paragraph, do we see that the monuments symbolic of Scotland's past were grouped together on Carlton Hill in the aspiration to live up to the city's intellectual sobriquet, the Athens of the North.
That's what the text reads.
Yeah. So again, in terms of considering, these are all matters which are relevant in terms of particularly the importance of this particular area relative to the subsequent assessments that we're going to have to undertake.
It's my understanding they have been considered as part of the cultural heritage and
Now,
assessment.
just keeping pace, Appendix A goes on page 61 to discuss gardens. And again, there's been quite a lot of debate about the gardens. You know, I'm only affecting a small part of one of the gardens. Well, let's just see what the World Heritage Site says about this. Do we see under the second paragraph on page 61, Carlton Hill is the most dominant design landscape within the site. Due to its prominence and character, this never completed project attracted complementary schemes of commemoration to focus on Carlton Hill, including the Nelson Monument, the Burns Monument, and the Playfair Monument. Do we see that?
I see that.
Yeah. So again, in terms of the overall picture on a World Heritage perspective, that Carlton Hill is singled out for particular importance because of its prominence, and thereafter it then, even though it's parks and gardens, it goes on to describe the various monuments in and around it.
I do, however, not agree with the statement that it is the most dominant designed landscape within the World Heritage Site or within the Newtown Gardens and designed landscape, because it's substantially not designed. Carlton Hill is a volcanic feature. It's remained an open top. It's not designed in the same way as the gardens which you can see in the photograph on the left of that picture, which are designed both as urban terraces in townscape terms and specific gardens. Cannot call Carlton Hill a garden which is designed in the same fashion.
It, as you see, designed landscape is the descriptor of Carlton Hill, and the most significant of the designed gardens is Printer Street Gardens in the underneath below. It draws a distinction in landscape terms between Carlton Hill being this designed landscape within the site, and of the formal gardens, it's suggesting Printer Street Gardens is the most significant.
Yeah, but you're missing out an important distinction. Carlton Hill is the most dominant, designed in inverted commas, recognizing that it's not designed in the way as it was designed in the next paragraph, the most significant and of the many designed gardens. That precisely illustrates the point I'm making, that Carlton Hill is not designed in the sense as the gardens within the Newtown Garden and designed landscape are design features.
Yeah. Because it's slightly different. That's the whole point about Carlton Hill. It is different and unique in the sense of it is a hill on which monuments have been placed and which, as you say, has not been designed like a garden. It is on a hill, and that's the whole point. Is its uniqueness has been particularly drawn out in the in this management plan. That makes it more important, not less important. There isn't anything else like it. Is that not the case?
It makes it different from the other green spaces within the Newtown Gardens and Designed Landscape area.
Now, in terms of page 67, last references in the World Heritage Site, you'll be pleased to hear, Mr. Van Grieken. We're into the integrity. Would that be, in your view, the importance of actually maintaining what we have in the context of both the old and Newtown?
Sorry, could you...
Perhaps it was a pretty poor question. Perhaps if I put it more directly, 75% of the listed of the buildings within the World Heritage Site are listed. Effectively, the point being made on integrity here is that we have managed change to ensure that whilst keeping Edinburgh moving forward, 75% of the building stock's still maintained as a listed building and thereby protected.
I'm not qualified to comment on the effect on listed buildings.
But the next one must be something for you doing your townscape matters. This clarity of urban structure is what needs to be maintained to ensure integrity remains intact. Do we see that?
Yes, and I don't think the clarity of urban structure is affected by the proposed development.
Yeah, okay. We'll obviously come on. And then we go on to another paragraph on integrity. It's the combination of the topography, which we've already, Carlton Hill is the embodiment of, and the buildings upon it create spectacular urban landscape, which is punctuated with church spires, steeples and monuments. So can we agree that in that context, Carlton Hill is the embodiment of this particular aspect of integrity?
No, it's one component.
Yeah. And then it goes on to suggest that the integrity of the site is fragile as it relies on the legibility of the skyline. It then goes on to say the cumulative effect of the mass, height, form, design and materials of proposed development. So these are all factors in considering potential new build development within a World Heritage Site that are of particular importance.
They're all factors that will be considered, yes.
And what we need to assess is could potentially damage the skyline and surrounding townscape. So again, we've got to consider the damage to the surrounding townscape, the impacting on landscape buildings, features in the urban area, and the landscape setting of the city. Do you see all those various factors that the World Heritage Site Management Plan identifies as being potentially relevant?
I know the text, yeah.
And they are all matters which, to some form or another, are incorporated in townscape, landscape or visual assessment, and they're relevant to it, aren't they?
They're all...
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. If you could now move on to, very briefly, CD 493, please. And if we look at page 16 of the document, please, to start with. And do we see there that in terms of, it was just a point that I think you've raised in your report as what juxtaposition meant, etc., etc. But in terms of the juxtaposition, would you accept that one of the concepts of juxtaposition is there's a clear dividing line between the old town and the new town, and that's what creates the juxtaposition?
No, juxtaposition is about perception of different areas of character. Not necessarily a really sharp, clear dividing line. It could be a transition between the two as well.
Do we see under the bottom left of page 16 a picture of North Bridge, and there's a statement made that North Bridge, straddling the valley between the old and the new town, forms a dramatic approach with buildings at each end forming gateways. Its elevation accentuates the topography and the difference in character between the two major components of the World Heritage Site, whilst providing views to East Lothian, coast and the distance to Arthur Seats closer by.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Yeah. So as you go on North Bridge, what it's identifying is at either end you get this juxtaposition between the old and the new town, but also what it particularly states is that within that North Bridge view, it's identifying views to the east which are considered by the authors of this document to be relevant, and there are both views to the east, East Lothian and Arthur's Seat, and therefore getting onto the bridge and looking east, and it draws your eye. So when we get to views such as 3C, that's the context, isn't it? I'm in the juxtaposition, and I'm seeing things like the Royal High School, I'm seeing East Lothian, I'm seeing Arthur's Seat. It's a dramatic view, isn't it?
It's a view that allows you to experience some of East Lothian, the East Lothian coast in the distance, to Arthur's Seat and anything in between. Mm-hmm. If you look in a generally easterly direction with the bridge running from north to south, of course. If you're on the other side of the bridge, you look in a westerly view, you have views of the castle and Princess Street predominantly.
You might get so excited and go up both sides. You could get so excited by the dramatic views that you might go from side to side and experience both as a tourist, as a viewing platform.
One might.
Yeah. Talking about viewing platforms, could we look at the next page, please? And that's page 17 of the document.
Yeah, I have it open.
Yes. And insofar as views from the World Heritage, from the Old Town Conservation Area, it is indeed in the World Heritage Site, but that was here we're talking about the Old Town Conservation Area. We see views from the castle 360 degrees round.
Yeah.
And we see from the Old Town Conservation Area a view which is just east and south of the mound, looking due north over the Princess Street, I think it probably is. And the only other view shed identified from the Old Town to the east is a view effectively underneath the Royal High School of the Royal High School and Carlton Hill.
So I don't follow you.
Well, what I understand the
Photographs, or are you looking?
no,
at
I'm looking at viewpoint. I'm looking at page 17 of the Old Town Conservation Area appraisal, and it's a map with red lines, and the two red lines are vistas or panoramas. A glimpse view is a G and a T is a terminated view. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that.
So we've probably been at cross purposes for at least a minute and a half, but I can perhaps swiftly say that we've got the views from the castle, 360 all round. We've got a view which is somewhere to the east of the mound and looking northwards towards Princes Street. And then the only other view in the whole of the east of the Old Town Conservation Area is a view looking up towards Carlton Hill and the Royal High School, and as is represented by a number of viewpoints within the environmental statement. Do we see that?
I see the arrow. It doesn't exactly indicate the view looking towards the Royal High School. If you follow the arrows, it misses the Royal High School.
Well,
Sir, can I just confirm, is that the view from Jeffrey Street?
yes.
Yeah.
Which is a view up towards the Royal High School, isn't it? And Carlton Hill. Yeah.
Off Carlton Hill from there, yes.
Yeah. And
incidentally, the views from the castle are not 360, but that's perhaps a minor point.
not quite 360. Yeah. And in terms of where the effectively the Old Town Conservation is viewed from, it's then identifying a series of viewpoints, and Carlton Hill is one of the reverse viewpoints. You stand on Carlton Hill and look at the Old Town, and equally you stand at Arthur Seat and look over the Old Town.
Yeah, you get views from both.
Now, I just want to move over on now to a section that deals with what you have done. In terms of what you've done, is essentially you've audited the work undertaken in the environmental assessment. Is that correct?
I've reviewed it.
Yeah. Yes. And insofar as your own work is produced, whilst you change some of the terminology, you don't produce an alternative methodology. Is that fair?
That'd be fair.
Yes. And so for the purposes of this inquiry, everyone is working out off the methodologies that have been deployed in terms of the environmental statement. And I just want to briefly have a look at some of those aspects with you in terms of understanding those particular matters. So if you could have CD 177.
CD 177, yes.
Mm-hmm. And it's just understanding the applicability of how this works. If we go forward to L1, which is the townscape methodology, it's not numbered, but I'm at table L1.1. Yes. And I just wanted to understand the two parts to the equation. The first is understanding how one gets to the sensitivity of a receptor. I then apply the magnitude of change, and then I reach the professional judgment as to whether it's significant or not in timescape terms.
Yes.
Yeah. So just understanding that there's two aspects to this. It's the first of all, the sensitivity of the receptor, i.e. the susceptibility of the particular receptor to the proposed change. So we're thinking about, for example, how sensitive is the receptor to further built development would be the test largely for this particular aspect, and how it would change that. Was that not in terms of the susceptibility of proposed change?
Susceptibility means, ask the question, how likely is the proposed development to have the potential to affect a characteristic, for example, in terms of townscape or landscape?
And then, secondly, in terms of the value, we've got World Heritage Site, high, inventory of gardens and design landscapes, high, conservation areas, high, national scenic areas, national parks, etc. They're all high. Is that correct in terms of value? And it's the combination of the value and the susceptibility that leads you to the overall evaluation of sensitivity.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of the underneath that, the medium, we see that effectively we deal with the susceptibility to proposed change, and the value at that medium area would be a special landscape or a green belt. See that?
Yeah.
Yeah. As I understand it, if we go to the magnitude of change, this is L1.2. Yeah, these are the definitions we're working to. Is that correct?
These are the descriptions that have been applied to the ES, yes.
Yeah. Now, in terms of major, we've got to have a high proportion of a townscape unit affected, or a high proportion of a townscape element affected in terms of size and scale on that front. Is that correct? Yeah. And complete loss of or a fundamental change in the key characteristics of the townscape.
Yes.
And in that sense, the bench and equally geographical extent, large area of townscape unit affected, that seems to be a sort of measurement value.
It's one of the factors we take into account.
Can we agree, Mr. Van Grieken, that quite a high threshold has been set before one might reach the major element of magnitude of change?
No, because not necessarily all these factors need to be present in the same extent, to the same extent. So that's not necessarily the case.
Mm-hmm. But three of them are related to geographical extent, because size and scale is high proportion of the townscape unit affected, high proportion of the townscape elements affected, and a large area of townscape unit affected. So that's all about how much, isn't it?
There's an element of how much in there, the high proportion of townscape unit affected. High proportion of townscape elements affected is not related to geographical extent, that talks about elements. And characteristics, again, is not talking about geographic extent. And
if we move down to the moderate level, I get a description of a moderate proportion of change, a moderate area of townscape. So that's the three elements, or alternatively a considerable change to key characteristics of townscapes. So that's the intermediate finding. Is that correct?
Yes, but I read them in the same context as I just referred to your previous question.
Yeah. And now the minor one would be a small proportion, small area or alternatively a discernible change to key characteristics of the townscape.
Yeah.
And then, just looking at the last one, it's got to be not discernible, that's negligible, very small, imperceptible, indirect change, very long range, etc. Short term, do we see that? All the various characteristics of that.
I see that.
Yeah. And insofar as where it ends up in terms of the indicative matrix, do we agree that having set the thresholds where they are, that the consequence is that the threshold suggests where there is a high sensitivity receptor but a minor impact, that would produce a moderate impact which would be significant in townscape terms?
If you were to follow this matrix, yeah, you use that as your criterion.
And having set that threshold, which may or may not relate to the overall sensitivity of the assets in question here, it may be that that table has been set having regard to the fact that the vast majority of the townscape receptors are actually set within a World Heritage Site with all the sensitivities that we've identified. But if that's right, where we see a minor change, that would be significant. And that's recognising that, isn't it?
In that matrix?
Yeah.
But as the ES I've made clear, the matrix and the ES was only a starting point.
Yeah. And if we perhaps move forward into the visual methodology, please, just understanding how that operates. That's CD178.
I have that.
Yes. And if we go forward in that, it is page numbered this time, and I'm going to M4, which is definitions of visual sensitivity.
Page M4.
Page M4.
That's a table in my...
Yes.
Starting with the words duration of view relatively short.
Mine's got assessment criteria 1.4 on M4.
M4.
Oh, in CD178.
Oh, table M4. I thought
Table
it said page
M1.1 on
M1.
page M4.
Apologies.
Too many M's. I think that's where the numbering's got a bit complicated in terms of the number of M's.
There's more than one page M4. I think that's the problem.
Further on in the document, if you go to the back, there's another M4, page M4. But I have the one now, assessment criteria.
I was just wondering how you had applied this, because in terms of M1.1, again we have the susceptibility to proposed change is that the effectively, again, a twofold exercise of who might be susceptible, and that seemed to be derived from who the receptor is, the parties who might be the receptor, i.e. what they're doing.
It's one of the factors you might consider. The receptors in visual assessment are people, including us sitting in this room.
Yeah. And in terms of just generally speaking in amongst the environments, we're essentially looking at, in broad terms, Mr. Van Grieken, I would suggest 3 areas of viewpoint in relation to this particular proposal. I've got the close-in viewpoints represented by Regent Road, Carlton Hill Drive, and possibly Carlton Hill itself. I've got the viewpoints that are largely from the Old Town Conservation Area below, and I've got the wider viewpoints essentially from Arthur's Seat and the ones beyond the Old Town Conservation Area. Would that be a fair categorisation of 1, 2 and 3?
Yes.
Yeah. And I don't want to, we'll come on to the ins and outs of it, but in terms of all these areas of Edinburgh, all are widely used by the very large number of tourists that come to the city. Is that correct?
Yes.
So in terms of how tourists to Edinburgh enjoy it, is that it's a compact city centre and you see lots of tourists walking around the centre, even out with the peak tourist time. Is that correct?
I think I agree with that.
Yeah. And equally, they're enjoying matters such as the high street, where the interest just isn't on the high street, it's nipping off and out from the high street and seeing closes and other visual aspects of townscape within the Edinburgh context.
They may well do.
Yeah. And equally, by the time we get down to the viewpoints towards Holyrood, again, Holyrood's a natural visitor destination at the bottom of the high street with the Scottish Parliament and Dynamic Earth. So there's quite a lot of tourist activity in and around Holyrood.
There is.
Yeah. And insofar as the next stage is the value attributed to the views, and in that context, it's forming a judgment as to whether it's a landscape. The view is located within a landscape designed at national or international level. Is that where the viewer is located or where the view is of?
Sorry, which paragraph are you in?
The value attached to views. So,
yes.
High value placed on a view, celebrate a viewpoint, including tourist guides, view located within landscape designated at national or international level.
Yes.
So, can we agree that it looks to be where the viewer is located rather than what they're necessarily seeing? Is that correct?
That influences the value of the viewing location.
Yeah. So, if we layer on the various points, a lot of the viewpoints in the visual assessment are located in a World Heritage Site, yes?
Yes.
Or conservation areas, which are both national, aren't they?
Conservation areas local.
Okay.
Understanding of a conservation area is a local plan designation.
And insofar as the other parts, there may be other design landscapes, which would that count as being a designation from which, would that be a national one that you were in if you were in a design landscape?
Well, it's a garden and design landscape, as included in the inventory, is of national importance in the UK.
So in terms of the value attributed, would that, if I was in a design landscape, that would heighten the value?
The value is what it is. Whether people are aware of that value, whether they know they're in a garden and designed landscape as written in policy in the UK, or whether they know that they're in a World Heritage Site geographic area or not, I don't know.
But we attach value to the fact that they're in these designated areas, do we?
As part of the assessment, is one of the things we consider in terms of the importance, if you like, of a particular viewpoint.
Okay. And of course that then follows through to the susceptibility of proposed change of medium is users of outdoor recreation facilities, including core paths, recreational footpaths, cycle routes or rights of way. Do you see that?
I see that.
And outdoor sports. Would an outdoor sport or recreation where appreciative landscape setting contributes to experience, would that be somebody running? Or cycling even, Mr. Van Grieken?
Could be.
Could be. Because it's people engaged in outdoor sport or recreation which does not involve depend on appreciation of views of the landscape is probably, carrying out a competitive sport or something. It's trying to draw a distinction between that, where unless you're out in the wing and nothing's happening, you probably aren't going to be focused on the views.
Sorry, what is your question?
Well, I was just saying that trying to draw the distinction as to different people, and the last one is people engaged in sport, basically, and I was suggesting that that might be competitive sport.
It might be.
Yeah. And then, in terms of how we define the changes, the magnitude of change in this context has a series of factors. And to get a high or a major change, again, the development will be a dominant feature in the view. A high proportion of the development visible, no screening effects, duration of view not curtailed by physical parameters, geographical extent, short distance from the viewpoint to the development. These are all essentially occupying the majority of the view. That sets quite a high threshold, I would suggest, for the magnitude of change as being major.
I think it's a fair threshold.
Mm-hmm. In terms of moderate, it comes to be the development will be prominent or noticeable component of the view. So in terms of how much the visual change needs to occur, if the development is prominent or noticeable component of the view, that gets you to a moderate magnitude of change on that particular parameter. Is that correct?
If that was the only parameter, but there are others there listed as well. Yes. But
Yes. Because there's other aspects to this. If it's a glimpsed view over a yard, one might attribute less weight to that, would you? Or even 5 yards, Mr. Van Grieken.
If it's a glimpsed view, you would take that into account in the baseline description.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's other aspects such as conflict with the key characteristics.
That may be quite important. So we're agreed that if it's over a very short period, that would reduce, be a reduction in the magnitude. Is that correct?
You'd have to look at that viewpoint by viewpoint.
Yeah. And then just looking at minor as defined, that's development substantially screened by topography or vegetation. So again, I would suggest to you that in the way in which this has worked, minor is indeed very minor in the sense of if it's development that's substantially screened and forming a minor component of view, that effectively that's the bottom end of matters in terms of stuff, isn't it?
I don't read that the development needs to be screened for it to be minor.
Mm-hmm.
That may be one of the reasons why it is judged to be minor in terms of its magnitude. But there are other factors, again, the size of scale of the development, whether it is a minor component of the view, that's clearly when it's not screened.
Yeah. But if I perhaps take the difference between the development will be prominent or noticeable component of the view to the equivalent in minor being developed substantially screened by topography or vegetation, that it doesn't really leave much room between the two, is it, in terms of that particular aspect?
I'm concerned you're comparing apples and pears.
Mm-hmm.
Development will be a prominent or noticeable component of the view is one of the factors that could involve the judgment of the magnitude of change, visual change to be moderate, as opposed to development a minor component of the view. They should be compared with each other, and the difference between those levels of what component of the view it makes up.
In terms of the ultimate table at M1.3, which is the indicative matrix, again, we have a finding that where we have high sensitivity receptors, that even a minor view is likely to be significant based on the methodology deployed. Is that correct?
Based on the table, that would be the case, but there is reference to GLVA3, and GLVA3 has moved away from applying a matrix to come to a judgment and requires reasoned and informed judgment to come to an ultimate judgment in terms of significance or otherwise of the effect being considered.
And insofar as this assessment is concerned, that I understand that you'll be able to move away and perform a threshold judgment on the ultimate finding of significance according to GLVI3, but in the context of this broad methodology, that threshold is likely to be reached where there is a minor effect on a high sensitivity receptor?
No.
Now have before you Mr. Welsh's inquiry topic paper, please, which I think is Royal High School 3.
That.
Now, could I ask you to go to the unnumbered page, which again there seems to be a fairly consistent problem with numbering. So I'm going to go to paragraph if we could start off just at the section which deals with World Heritage Site on paragraph 38, and we can take it through what's demonstrated by this report, and then I'll put some questions to you, okay? So the way in which Mr. Welsh has gone about this is he's done his own assessment of sensitivity and has set out at each of the end sections where he has got to and where the ES got to. And I think you've got some slight changes. So, I mean, he has assessed it against the ES, which was the material available at that time, because he didn't have your topic paper.
Right.
Yeah. So in terms of the World Heritage, the ultimate sensitivities we don't have any disagreement on. Equally, the sensitivity of the Newtown Conservation Area, there's no disagreement on. Sensitivity of the Old is no disagreement on. The first disagreement applies in relation to the Newtown Gardens design landscape, which is just after paragraph 68.
Yes.
Where effectively the assessment has been ascribed as a medium sensitivity to proposed development.
Yes.
And ultimately, Mr. Welsh has come to a different view on the grounds of the susceptibility, not the value, the susceptibility of the proposed change, and how the proposed development could alter that particular designation.
Mr. Welsh is of the opinion that the susceptibility to the proposed development is high.
Yeah. And that obviously will alter ultimately the conclusion of assessment. That's one of the key. And in this assessment, whether you're high or medium could have consequences, couldn't it?
It could have. I don't think it has in this case.
Now, you've agreed with the environmental assessment on the medium susceptibility. Can we agree that in World Heritage terms, this is the most prominent of the design gardens, and that prominence makes it more susceptible to effectively built development in its near proximity than even some of the other gardens which are mentioned and duly designated in the Newtown design gardens?
You say I agreed with the environmental statement that the sensitivity or the susceptibility is medium. Is that what you put to me?
Well, what I was suggesting to you is that effectively, as the World Heritage Management Plan identified, this particular design aspect of the design garden is the most prominent of them all, and therefore is highly sensitive to further development in close proximity immediately within and to the south of it.
No, sir, but I think Mr Van Grieken is simply asking for clarification of a previous question as to whether as to what the sensitivity was put to him. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he just wants clarification of that.
Yes, could you please... I think you suggested to me that I agreed with the environmental statement that the susceptibility to the proposed development of the Newtown Gardens and designed landscape is medium. Is that the question?
I think you say it's high, isn't it?
I say it's high, yes.
So that was wrong, wasn't it, in the original assessment?
I take a different view.
Again, going forward, the special landscape area, in terms of the SLA, the Carlton Hill Special Landscape Area, open assessed that value as high and the susceptibility as high. In terms of the assessment, the sensitivity is identified as being medium and the susceptibility proposed development low. Is that right?
That's what it says in Mr. Welsh's paper, yeah.
And in terms of a low susceptibility to change, surely if one has regard to the SLA and the specific, very specific statement about further development eroding the SLA at its lower slopes, that to suggest the susceptibility is low must just be wrong.
No, I think you're potentially confusing effect with susceptibility.
Well, the effect comes when we put in our development or your proposed development. Actually, if that's looking at the specifics, the question is, what is the susceptibility of this receptor to further built development? Isn't that the question that's being asked here?
That's one of the questions that needs to be answered. Yeah.
Because otherwise, what you end up doing is double counting. You end up saying the proposed development will have a low magnitude of change, and therefore the susceptibility to proposed change is low. But that's the wrong way round. We start off looking at the susceptibility of this particular.
I think they're back on. I was going to admonish both of you, and then my mic failed to work as well. So,
Is that better? No.
That's good.
Yes, I was just going to take you. I think we'd been discussing, and I'm afraid the mics have interrupted the chain of flow, with respect to the susceptibility of the Newtown Gardens the Carlton Hill Special Landscape Area, when specifically encompassed within the background information to its designation was a warning that effectively further development along its base has the potential to erode the character of this SLA.
Well, we need to go and look back at the characteristics of the SLA.
Feel free to do so. It would be document 482.
So I wonder how much longer Mr. Innes has got in his cross-examination.
Some landscape character or townscape, and then I go on to visual, and then I've got a couple of photographs to look at, and that will be it. But it all depends largely how quickly. I'm hoping to try and get through certainly landscape character and townscape by lunchtime.
Mr. Van Grieken, are you okay to continue, or would you benefit from a lunch break just now?
I'm okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, let's continue. Thanks.
I don't think the description of the landscape characteristics and qualities that's contained in the then described candidate special landscape area make it particularly susceptible to the type of development proposed.
Thank you. We just, as I say, want to keep this going and try and deal with the townscape and landscape effects. What I want to move on to is at paragraph 90 of Mr. Welsh's proposal, we get the combinations of the sensitivity and the magnitude of change with the differences.
Yeah.
And what, in terms of World Heritage Site status, is that if I take paragraph 90, if the effect, even if I take the appellant's methodology, a high sensitivity receptor with a minor magnitude of change would be significant, wouldn't it?
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
If I take
Mr.
the
Innes, could you
appellant's
repeat that? I'm
receptor,
not sure he meant that.
yes, in terms of the matrix that was provided along with the environmental statement, a minor impact on a high sensitivity receptor would result in a moderate impact and thereby a significant impact on the resource. That's how it's set out, isn't it?
If I were to apply that matrix.
Yeah. And the issue that I'm just going to put to you, where I think the difference arises, and I put it to you, is that what the assessment has done in relation to the ES and your own is to focus in on the geographical extent and to fail to appreciate the true value of this particular site within the World Heritage Site and the changes that might occur to it. And that is the difference as to why you are getting the non-significant effect. It is arising from the failure to properly assess the sensitivity and value of the World Heritage Site in the context of the particular area that's proposed for change. Isn't that the position?
It's quite a strong term, the failure. But apart from that, I disagree, because I think we need to properly assess what the magnitude of the effect is. And it is my opinion that Mr. Wells has overestimated the magnitude of the effect on the World Heritage Site and also on some other aspects, which we're no doubt going to debate later. Because, for example, in the open assessment on after paragraph 90, Mr. Wells states it would also affect the way the skyline of Carlton Hill is perceived from a number of close-range locations within the World Heritage, including the Upper Highlands View 19C, as well as from Regent's Road and Waterloo Place, for which updated visualizations have not been provided. Now, is the World Heritage Site significantly affected as perceived from close-range locations? I think that overestimates the effect on the World Heritage Site by a considerable amount. So the disagreement, perhaps, is between Mr. Wells and myself is on the magnitude of effect on, as considered in that particular question.
And that in part derives in the question of assessing what the change is and what is being valued in terms of the World Heritage Site at this particular location. And we've been through the World Heritage document, and I doubt there's many parts of the World Heritage Site that were given as much praise and identification as Carlton Hill. And I would suggest to you that Mr. Welsh is identifying very real changes which will indeed constitute a medium magnitude of change. And we just take, for example, it would diminish the prominence of the Hamilton building when seen from locations in the west, such as the Castle Ramparts, Northbridge, by appearing to integrate it or merge it into adjoining urban form, diminishing its prominence as a freestanding building in the landscape. These townscapes changes of considerable magnitude and affect the qualities that underpin the World Heritage Site. Now, you may disagree with Mr. Welsh on that particular matter, but isn't it a fact that that's the exact effect that these proposed developments will have? They will merge and integrate the Hamilton building into the adjoining urban form, thus diminishing its prominence as a freestanding building in the landscape.
I strongly disagree. For example, the reference that it diminishes the Royal High School and views from the Castle Ramparts is, in my view, a great overestimation of the effect of the proposed development.
But do you agree that that effect, which is experienced largely from the West, is one whereby the high school no longer sits on its own, but is linked and merged with development visually along its western flank? That is the effect, and we'll come on and look at it in due course, but that's the effect, isn't it?
No, I disagree.
And I'm not going through a blow-by-blow account, Mr. Van Grieken, you'll be pleased to hear, but I do have a certain interest in the Old Town Conservation Area, which I think is of relevance. Now, in terms of the Old Town Conservation Area, the appellant's assessment is that it has high sensitivity, and we're agreed on that. The effect is minor, and again, the debate appears to be largely around the extent to which the conservation area will be affected. Is that correct? That largely speaking, I mean, you would acknowledge that there are significant adverse visual effects from internally from the fringes of the conservation area, but the debate appears to be that it's not significant on the Old Town Conservation Area because the effect as a whole.
As far as a landscape architect is concerned, yes.
Mm-hmm. And insofar as that disagreement arises, it's not just 19C. There are other viewpoints that we've seen. I think viewpoint 24 and 23. There are other viewpoints. 8C would be an example of just coming out from the juxtaposition on North Bridge and the castle. If we're looking at all these in the round, and given that the Old Town Conservation Area character appraisal identified this as one of the only key viewpoints to the east of the conservation area at all, that would seem to suggest that you're completely underplaying the value and the impact on setting that the site gives to the Old Town.
No, I'm not underplaying the value that from these viewpoints. Mm-hmm. If you go, for example, to the view from the Castle Ramparts, which you suggested to me as one location where the importance of the Hamilton building gets undervalued, underestimated. If you look at the document that I prepared in terms of the visualization, viewpoint 1, page viewpoint 0102, we see part of the panoramic view that's available from that viewpoint. You have to go to 0, that's a 90 degree included angle. You have to go to the next page, viewpoint 0103, to get the full 180 panorama. The Royal High School can just be made out if one were to look closely and one knew where to look in the first place. And I don't think either the ES or I have underestimated what the potential change in that view would be insofar as visual effect and both in terms of the character effect, on the perception of character.
In terms of being at that viewpoint, Mr Van Grieken, you'll be pleased to know that I have been to the viewpoint, and what I would suggest to you is that actually the form of the Royal High School is very discernible from the viewpoint up on Edinburgh Castle, and equally, when you're scanning across the horizon, actually Carlton Hill arrests one's scan, such as the interest that is placed upon it. I mean, in terms of what you can see across the Fife, you can see the new town, but one of the things that absolutely draws your eye from the castle is the assembly of monuments on Carlton Hill, because that's another of the viewpoints where you see it spectacularly, isn't it?
At the castle ramparts, and you look, if we're both being tourists for a moment, or visitors or local from Edinburgh, you look across the new town to the further Forth. You scan the horizon, you see the new town, Princess Gardens at your feet, at the lower part of the day. We see from left to right, far left, St. John's. Then we see the Scott Monument, the Melville Monument, the Balmoral Tower, the Martyrs of Reform Monument, which is below Carlton Hill. We indeed see the monuments on Carlton Hill. We see also St. Giles, Tronkirk. We see the cranes of the St. James Centre we see the Port of Leith. These are all features and elements that we see in the view.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm going to keep moving on, or otherwise we'll never make lunch. And I've got 5 minutes, and I want to get this point finished. So I come to viewpoint 8C, and I come to viewpoints such as 22, and we'll stick to scheme 2, so you can use either CD179 or CD180. And this is effectively what I would call the Western issue, which is the complete infilling of Carlton Hill with built development between the Royal High School and St Andrew's House. And could we just take viewpoint 22 as an example? And that will be in CD 180.
Viewpoint 22.
Yeah. Currently, the Royal High School sits within its lone landscape setting and forms a series of buildings that form a backdrop to the Old Town. And the High School has particular prominence and given a feature in its own right in terms of having its own setting. And that is the High School's setting and contribution at this particular point.
Viewpoint 22 does not show a backdrop to the Old Town. How can this be a backdrop to the Old Town?
It is providing a viewpoint from within the Old Town Conservation Area looking up at Carlton Hill, one of the key setting viewpoints that is identified within the Conservation Area appraisal.
We agreed earlier that the key viewpoint mentioned in the Conservation Area approach is from Jeffrey Street, not from this location.
Mm-hmm. But I can see the same view from the same point. I mean, I'm using Market Street. Market Street's a very well-used street. It's one that is used by tourists travelling up from Waverley Station up to the High Street. It's a well-marked tourist route, and people walk it regularly. If you go there, it's very busy. It is a view from the Old Town across to Carlton Hill.
Yes, and it shows Carlton Hill, it shows the Nelson Monument, it shows St Andrew's House, it shows Waverley at the roof of Waverley Station, the developments going on behind the council offices building, etc.
Yeah. And insofar as we see that, it utterly infills, the development utterly infills the gap between the Royal High School and St Andrew's House, producing a terraced effect which alters the character and the setting to the Old Town.
It infills that gap. I don't agree it alters the setting.
Well, perhaps move 2 forward to viewpoint 24. And again, I look up at this from the Old Town, viewed as an important part of the setting, the Old Town, and I see the essentially the Carlton Hill with its 19th century monuments, and I see the Royal High School. The development will fundamentally alter the character of that effectively 19th century character of Carlton Hill from this viewpoint, won't it?
I think we'll find if we go there that we won't see Carlton Hill at all because of the development behind the hoardings.
Yeah. But indeed, Mr Van Grieken, if you walk round the Old Town, what we're getting is a series of views that no doubt will come in and out of view. That is the very nature of walking around the Old Town. If I go slightly further forward, the effects will be slightly different, but I'll still have my view of Carlton Hill fundamentally altered when I look up, won't I?
No, I think that's far too generalistic a description of the experience of view one has from the Old Town and that are available when walking around the Old Town.
And if I go to Carlton Gate Parish Church, again, what I'm looking up above, and again, Mr Van Grieken, this is a very well used tourist route, and one of the characteristics of the Old Town are these glimpsed views of our iconic hills and monuments. And this is a good example of it, is that effectively at Ye Old Christmas Shoppy, you get an opportunity to see the genuine article of the World Heritage Site. You're in it, and then you're looking up from the Old Town to the New Town and the designed monuments and above. And that includes parts of the Royal High School, doesn't it?
It will be observed by some viewers.
And what that then gets taken forward to ultimately, where the view extends out, is the viewpoint 19, which ultimately, where we see the full panoply of the Royal High School and its relationship to Carlton Hill being fundamentally altered by the built development of either scheme. And it's accepted significant adverse visual effect. And I'm suggesting to you that this collectively adds up to a change which adversely affects the setting of the Old Town Conservation Area.
I disagree it affects the setting of the conservation area. It's a significant effect looking at the Royal High School in that view from viewpoint 19C, which incidentally, I wouldn't have changed my judgment if it was any other way. But I've been there several occasions, in good weather and bad weather. I've seen very few people actually taking access to the cemetery.
And insofar as the effect is concerned, that what it does is it fundamentally alters what we perceive the hill to be. And I'm not asking for historical context here, it's the visual context. I get a series of clearly historic monuments situated on the hill. This fundamentally alters the character and thereby what effectively that juxtaposition that we've talked about between the old and the new town, which is seen as important.
Are we talking about view 19C?
Yes.
No, it doesn't fundamentally change the character. We see two of the monuments, Nelson's monument and the National Monument. Several of the other monuments which are on top of Carlton Hill are not visible from this viewpoint. We still see the high school backdrop with the vegetated slope. And we do indeed see the introduction of the west wing and the east wing. But this doesn't fundamentally change the perception of the hill.
Well, it does on the right-hand side because it looks like it clearly is above the hill, so that erodes. By putting stuff on the skyline on the right, it erodes the perception of hill. But perhaps more importantly, Mr. Van Grieken, the fundamental point about the setting of the setting of the Old Town Conservation Area is its ability to look up to a largely intact 19th century hill and with 19th century monuments on it. Irrespective of understanding the history between them visually, they all relate to each other on this on what is effectively a platform which is viewed from below, isn't it?
Well, the high school is indeed built on an artificial platform, and so is the proposed west wing and the proposed east wing. It doesn't fundamentally change the perception of the hill. This is the point you're putting to me.
Well, it does if you go. It does change the perception of the hill, because on the the western side, effectively parts of the hill are no longer visible, and the extent of the hill form is undermined and eroded by the space that is occupied by the effectively the western hotel wing.
I think you may underestimate the ability of the average observer to perceive the continuation of the hill, which is clearly visible from, if you look at image 19C_06, we can see the gentle gradient of the slope to the east, and we can see the steep started slope below the Lancet Monument, continuing below Regent Road, until we can no longer see the edge of the side of the hill because of the modern development, which is at the bottom of Carlton Road, below the cemetery.
Now, again, I suspect that we could perhaps finish off on this point if we go forward to the Carlton Hill landscape character area, not the special landscape area, the landscape character area. I think this is an assessment where you have changed the magnitude of change to small. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. And again, in open terms, it's medium-high. So this is the immediate character of the site itself, and this comes to probably this hill form issue. We say, or Mr. Welsh says, that the loss and the erosion of hill form is adverse to the extent that it's significant and would result in a major alteration to the baseline characteristics. And the degree of change will affect the perception of part of the wider character area, and his view is that the changes to the immediate context at character would be of medium-high order and significant. So we have your perception of it's even smaller than the original assessment in the environmental statement. Is that correct?
Yes, and I explained that in my inquiry report.
Thank you. That's helpful, so that would be an appropriate point to break.
Okay, excellent. Let's break then until 2 o'clock. Thanks. And we're hopeful that something will happen this afternoon on that. Mr. Innes, you were continuing with
Yes.
Mr. Van Grieken.
Mr. Van Grieken, if we could go forward in RHSPT 3 to paragraph 105.
Yes.
Which is dealing with visual sensitivity. And everything appears to be going swimmingly well in terms of relatively minor differences occurring up until about viewpoint 17, and from there after viewpoint 17 onwards we appear to have diverged. That would be a fair summary of the differences.
I need to check every viewpoint, but I'll take your word for it.
Well, what I want to do is just to go through a few. And I suppose a lot of them from 17 onwards are actually relatively in close proximity to the site. And what I'm seeking to understand is how effectively we've got a series of high sensitivity receptors that are indications quite often out with the World Heritage Site, but in the context of the World Heritage Sites and proximity to the development, there appears to be a general downgrading of the value of the visual sensitivity to medium. And we can see that in a series of viewpoints. Viewpoint 17, the Burns Monument. Viewpoint 21, the west side of Regent Road, medium. 24, and we'll come to that, low. 27, medium. Carlton Hill Drive, medium. And effectively the bus stop at Regent Road, medium. Do we see that?
Yeah.
In terms of the assessment criteria, do we understand that the value would be high if it was in a landscape designated at a national or international level? Are all these viewpoints located in the World Heritage Site?
Yeah.
Are the viewpoints also located in a conservation area where attention to townscape might be given higher prominence? So in that respect, I'm just going to suggest to you that the value attached to these close-in viewpoints at 17, 21, 27 and 23, sorry, at 32, have all been understated in terms of their value in carrying out the visual assessment because of the failure to have proper due regard to the designations which they're situated within.
This location situated within a designation is one of the considerations. The question in terms of susceptibility needs to also be considered. Susceptibility of the viewpoint to being changed.
Well, if I'm on Regent Road, I'm sitting with fantastic views across the Old Town, up to Arthur's Seat generally, fantastic views of Grade A listed buildings, and above me sits a design landscape and fantastic Grade A listed buildings. What more could a viewer ask for?
I don't take issue with that.
Equally, if we include within that it's like many tourists are likely to be in all these locations, that assessing the sensitivity of the receptor as medium is to understate the sensitivity of these receptors.
Now, one of the questions we need to ask is what is the susceptibility of the view available to you to being changed? I don't degrade the value of the location, but you do have to consider the value is one of the aspects to assign overall sensitivity, which includes susceptibility to the proposed development.
Yes, that's the second part of the limb. As I've said, the difference at this point appears to be deriving from a continued use of medium value in that particular equation.
There is a difference in assignment of the level of value between the ES and Mr. Welsh.
And there must be a reason for that, and one of them might be that Mr. Welsh considers that all these viewpoints are within a World Heritage Site, are indications that are visited by and passed by tourists, and that effectively, by lowering the sensitivity, you're under-assessing the likely effects of the development.
That's what I think he sets out in paragraph 106.
Now, when I go to viewpoint 24, which is New Street looking north, is that located within the World Heritage Site?
I think it is.
Yeah, and the Old Town Conservation Area.
Yes.
And that is given a low sensitivity, and that's no evidence of value placed on view.
Even a medium-low sensitivity and a low value placed on.
Yeah. But the value is low, and at this point I'm dealing with value. The value in your methodology for low is no evidence of value placed on view.
The ES assigns a low value.
Yeah. Now, that cannot be right for New Street looking north. It can't be said that there is no evidence of value placed on this view as an accurate depiction of the value from New Street, is it?
It accounts not just of the location, but of the quality of view as well. We need to go back to the methodology, which names a number of factors that influence value, and designation level is one of them.
Well, an alternative would be there's a systemic undervaluation of value the closer one gets to the site. And the consequence of that is that even though the magnitude of change may change, the consequences affects the findings of significance, doesn't it?
No, I disagree. Can we go back to the table in the ES, please?
You certainly can. It's CD 178 is the visual methodology, 178, and it's the table is M 1.1.
Yeah, so it lists in the table M1.1 on page M4 in CD 178 general descriptions in terms of the susceptibility of the to proposed change and value attached to views, high value placed on the view, celebrated viewpoint included in tourist guides, or view located within a landscape designated at national or international level, or the viewpoint is included in the City of Edinburgh Council Skyline study. We have to consider where all these factors are present at the same time.
Okay.
The New Street viewpoint is not a celebrated viewpoint included in tourist guides. It's not a viewpoint included in the City of Edinburgh Council Skyline study as a particularly important viewpoint. So it is located within the World Heritage Site. That's a matter of fact. But I think it's not inappropriate to distinguish, taking account of other factors, by placing a value on a viewpoint.
Well, what you're doing is putting it into the medium category, and as it says, some evidence of value placed on the view. View may contribute to setting of activity, views within landscape designated at a regional or local level. That's what you're relegating the World Heritage Site viewpoints to, isn't it? It's the point is that the way this works is if you hit any one of these markers, you are eligible for the particular categorization. So in high, if I were located in a tourist guide, I would be high sensitivity. If I were a viewpoint included in the CEC Skyline study, I would be given high. Or if I were within a landscape designated at a national or international level. Isn't it perfectly obvious that that's the basis on which this should be done, Mr. Van Grieken?
No, I think that's too simple a way of looking at it.
Okay.
We need to apply informed professional judgment as well to come to conclusions in terms of susceptibility and value, and not simply take a level of designation as representing a value that should be placed on a particular view. That is, in my view, not an appropriate way of doing it. We need to inform the viewer how you place value on the view by considering the level of destination, the location, the quality of the view.
Well, let's just take view 17, the view from the Burns Monument, in a World Heritage Site, right next to a monument that's recognised as being of period and is relevant to the inscription of World Heritage Site, overlooking a view of the Royal High School which is specifically mentioned in numerous documents relating to the World Heritage Site, that only is given a medium value.
Yes.
And it's simply wrong, Mr. Van Grieken, isn't it?
If one were to be at the Burns Monument, and I've obviously been there, the overwhelming aspect of your view is towards the Old Town and towards Arch Street in Salisbury Crags. In fact, if you're at some part of the Burns Monument, you cannot see the Royal High School.
And the fact is, the two were built by built from the designs of the same architect. The simple fact is, this is a clear illustration of understatement of value. Now, I think there's no point in me keep going on. I've got your view, and we'll move on. But equally, if we can just say the susceptibility to the proposed development at viewpoint 17 is assessed as medium, even though you're right underneath the development, and your view will be at one point towards the development at that particular viewpoint, won't it?
You will potentially be close to it, yes.
So the susceptibility from the Burns Monument should be high, not medium. And again, every single receptor in and around the development site is given the same characteristic, medium susceptibility.
Sorry, Mr Innes, I'm not sure. I was sort of waiting for Mr Van Grieken to answer that or respond to that statement. Where are you, Mr Van Grieken?
I think the sensitivity of that viewpoint could be considered high. Susceptibility to being affected by the development.
Sorry, what about viewpoint 21, which is again assessed as medium? It's the view from the west side of Regent Road at the top of the footpath link to Carlton Road. That's right in front of the development site, isn't it? And the susceptibility is stated to be medium.
Yes, and I agree with that level of susceptibility.
And equally at 27A to D, at the height of Jacob's Ladder, right in front of the development site, the susceptibility to proposed development is only medium.
Yes.
And Carlton Hill Drive, only medium.
Yes.
So we're ascribing it as the same characters of susceptibility to change as people engaged in outdoor sports or recreation where the appreciation of the landscape setting contributes to the experience. Is that what we're saying it is?
One of the problems with these tables is that we need to be carefully interpreting them. They are indicators of what is being considered. But as I said before, we need to also consider the quality of view, the viewing experience that is available in the existing visual environment in coming to a judgment of the overall sensitivity. And the viewpoints from viewpoint 21 that you took me to and 27 are predominantly of a road environment, a movement, an area where we move from one point to the next point following a major road. And I don't think the sensitivity of those views is particularly high, taking account of what you can actually see and perceive in that views. Yes, we are within a World Heritage Site, but there are different experiences of views available in World Heritage Sites, as in any city or in any landscape.
Yeah, but would you not accept that Regent Road is one of the great genuine viewing platforms for the World Heritage Site, being able to overlook the old town and look up at the new town in its design format on Carlton Hill?
It's one of the great experiences of looking over the old town. You don't look over the new town at all from Regent's Road. You can see part of the new town because if you look up towards because we're in it, it looks to Arthur's Seat. And those are very fine views, and those are the views that are observed by most people.
And if I move on to viewpoint 35, Mr Van Grieken, I'm now ascribed a sensitivity equivalent to, or the susceptibility of the equivalent to, somebody engaged in outdoor sports which does not involve or depend on appreciation of views of the landscape. That's viewpoint 35, which is the one that was added in, which is a location towards the east of the development site.
It's a location opposite the development site. It's at the bus stop. It's specifically added in for the 2017.
Yeah, but it's representative for a viewpoint of Regent Road of that direction, and you're attributing the same susceptibility of change as somebody who's playing football.
No, I think that's not rightly interpreting what I tried to articulate a minute ago. We need to take account of what the experience of the view is and whether, to what extent that is susceptible to being adversely affected. If you're at that bus stop, and I've been there, of course, you've been there, you will observe that most people walking along Regent's Road look towards Arthur's Seat, the old town. That's the overwhelming visual experience when you're there. And yes, you will be able to see the Royal High School, and yes, you will be able to see the proposed East Wing.
And equally, if I'm standing there and actually look west, I'll see lots of other bits of the high school as well, won't I?
If you look west, yes.
Yeah. So in fact, I get a view of the whole high school, I'm seeing the site, and you're saying, in fact, I probably see the whole of the most of the Royal High School, that it has a low susceptibility to the proposed development, i.e. building in and around the high school. It's got a low susceptibility.
To adversely affecting the potential viewing experience from there.
I just don't think we'll make much further progress. So can we move on? Mr Van Grieken, thank you. In terms of what I want to do now is I want to have a look at a bit about your visualisations and have a discussion relating to a few viewpoints, not them all. If we could now, as I say, the first one I want to look at is viewpoint 3A in your CD 596. Yeah.
Me to look at.
Well, we'll go first of all to look at the visualisation for Scheme 1, which is 03A04.
Yes, I have that.
Yeah. In terms of this element development, we can see effectively the west wing of the hotel breaks the skyline and removes visual landform of Carlton Hill. Do you agree with that?
The proposed west wing of the development in this viewpoint just breaks the skyline, as does St Andrew's House and other features, as does the Royal High School itself.
Does it erode the visibility of the hill and the slope?
In my opinion, it does not erode the visibility of the slope of the hill, because if you look at the wider context, you see it continuing to slope from Nelson's monument, which is the highest point.
Okay.
Trees behind just the left-hand side of the temple of the high school, and then continuing down towards trees which are on the left-hand side of the Burns monument.
Okay. So your position is that this in this viewpoint, it does not erode the visibility of the hill form, and obviously the reporters can understand how you've reached your conclusions if that's the case. So that's your position, Mr. Van Grieken. Yeah. Does the east wing slightly creep over the top of the temple roof in relation to this particular view?
I think we established as Mr. Gibb that it does.
Yeah, but this is scheme one, so we've not got the lift towers yet. This is the top of the eastern elevation appears on this view to be skimming across the top of the temple building. Is that right? Yeah, 04. And if you look about 4 ridges back from the front of the temple, do we start seeing a dark scrape that appears over the top of the roof line?
See that?
But that is part of the eastern hotel wing, isn't it? Yes. And then if we go to scheme 2, which is the following drawing, does this western hotel wing equally impinge upon the hill form in its easternmost part?
Not in my view.
And does it impinge upon the character of understanding the hill form in your view at all?
Does it, in my view, impinge on the ability to experience the character of the hill form?
Mm-hmm. Do you consider the outline of the roof of the temple to be one of the key characteristics of the Royal High School when viewed in views particularly from the west?
Well, it's one of the features of the Royal High School when viewed from the west, as is the same orientation of the slightly green roof of the St Andrew's House, which we can see just to the right of the scaffolding.
And insofar as it breaks that ridge line, that is an adverse change in townscape and visual terms to the Royal High School, isn't it?
If you purely looked at that aspect of the view and you were having the aspiration to maintain the ridgeline of the Royal High School to be completely unaffected in that viewpoint, it would be a slight adverse effect, yes.
And this is a viewpoint that you do not think is significant in terms of visual effect?
That is correct, because I take into account the whole visual experience from that viewpoint. And you cannot just focus on the site, because we will always conclude significant effect if one looked exclusively at the site. We need to take account of the whole visual experience, which in this view includes predominantly Nelson's monument and St Andrew's House and the foreground building. The Royal High School features in this view. We also have the foreground of Waverley Station. We have the new build development of the council offices. We have crane development introducing more build development. We have the first of fourth and the whole of the Lothian coastline of it in front of us. We have to the left of Nelson's Monument the observatory, and if we go further left, other features come into view, such as the modern blocks which are shown on viewpoint 03_03.
But what we're doing here, Mr. Van Grieken, is infilling Carlton Hill, and that's the fundamental change, the visual change that's occurring at this point. And that is something which we know is a characteristic which others have identified, and it's not something which, in landscape character terms, we want to achieve, but it achieves a terrace of built development, doesn't it? Starting from St Andrew's House, right along with the West Wing, either form, and leading into the high school. So we have now a continuous terrace of development running around the southern flank of the Royal High School from this view.
There is an infilling of the visual gap between St Andrew's House and the Royal High School. There's also a townscape fit in terms of the appreciation of the character of stepping down of buildings, as you can see when you look at starting at St Andrew's House, the highest point underneath Health Column. The building stepping down in quite a complex pattern, and this pattern is continued with the west wing of the proposed development. So I don't think it's in that sense in any way out of character.
Now, can we look at viewpoint 8C, and can we go to 04? Now, to be fair, Mr Van Grieken, I think this is a viewpoint that you've changed in your assessment from the environmental assessment to be significant and adverse. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if we look at the first of the viewpoints, the 2015 development at 8C04,
Yes, I have that.
yeah. In terms of the visual impression given by this particular viewpoint, can you agree that both the hotel wings appear to be higher in the landscape than the existing Royal High School building?
Yes.
Yeah. And can we agree that the west wing of the hotel, in this instance, does utterly cut off and lose some context of Carlton Hill on its western flank?
It breaks the slope of Carlton Hill on its western flank.
So here's an example of a view where we lose hill form entirely. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. That's not my view. I said it breaks the skyline of that western front. But the hill form is set up by taking a line from the bottom of Nelson's column to Playfair Monument, Regent Road, and continues down. And that's what people can perceive and will perceive.
And insofar as the current baseline is concerned, that is viewed very clearly as a hill, an undisturbed hill sitting above the Western Pavilion with the Playfair Memorial above. Do we see that?
Yeah, it is a hill, and the hill has a steep western slope and then runs down towards the National Monument and continues down all the way to the east above Regent Terrace until we lose it at the photograph.
And this is a very good example of how this proposed development will do precisely what the landscape character assessment and subsequent SLA designation. This is development around the base of Carlton Hill to the detriment of its hill form. And it doesn't need to lose it. It's to the detriment of its hill form, isn't it?
I don't agree it's to the detriment of the hill form.
And if we move to Scheme 2, which is the next one, 05, do we see in this one, and I think this is, again, you accept this as significant and adverse, is that correct?
I do.
Yeah. insofar as this viewpoint is concerned, again, the Western Hotel fills in an area of unbuilt development on the western section of Carlton Hill.
On the western section of the cut platform into Carlton Hill.
Yeah. And also in relation to the east, the eastern part of the development equally erodes the character of Carlton Hill and takes built development almost up to the skyline. If we can see, there's a gap between trees at the eastern end of the eastern hotel wing. Do you see that?
It replaces the gymnasium building, which if you go to viewpoint 08C02, already has built development on that site of the Royal High School.
But it takes it to a far higher level, and the scale and massing of the eastern hotel wing is far greater than the existing gymnasium, isn't it?
Well, we know it's 2 meters higher. I don't think the scale and massing is very substantially different, but it's slightly larger, yes.
Just one thing, in this particular view, Mr. Van Grieken, we get a view of the fabled Belvedere Tower. Are you able to explain why in the previous view we didn't have a Belvedere Tower when we were talking about the bigger scheme?
I think I do.
Is the bushy tree thing in the way?
No, currently the Belvedere Tower is covered in ivy and other climbers, and it's completely invisible. In the 2017 development proposal photomontage, that's clearly been photomontaged by removing the vegetation.
Yes.
And it's an undeliberate slight error that same hasn't happened in the 2015.
Okay. But it would be slightly clearer in the 2015 because the building's slightly further
to the west.
It
would be standing slightly to the side of it.
So it would be more like the views that we see from Arthur Seat later on in the document. It's like the ones at Arthur Seat where they're both visible. With the when we go on to Arthur Seat, both the Belvedere is visible in 215 and 217. Within the 2015 scheme, it sits slightly more alone, whereas in the 2017 scheme, it's either on the edge or beyond the edge. Yes.
I think that's right.
Yeah. And just turning to a few more points, 11A, please. And if we go to first 04.
View from St. Anthony's Chapel.
Yeah. Which you view as non-significant.
Yes.
Do you agree that in 04 that the Western hotel block materially overshadows the Royal High School in scale and massing and height?
Materially does what?
Sits above the Royal High School in scale, massing and height.
It's taller than the Royal High School. I don't think it's in scale and mass. In scale and mass, it relates well to the St. Andrews building. It's actually providing a transition in scale and mass between the St. Andrews House and the Royal High School.
And equally, it's no longer influencing the Carlton Hill, but its sister building, the East, is eroding the context of Carlton Hill relative to the setting of the high school, and also is increasing height underneath the National Monument.
Again, you need to go and look at the baseline photograph first, 11A_02, which shows the gymnasium building in that location. That would be replaced by the east wing. I don't agree with you that this adversely affects the Carlton Hill.
Okay. Can we move on to viewpoint 11A05, which is the 2017 scheme? Can we agree that the Western Hotel Wing skylines above the Royal High School?
Skylines above the western pavilion of the Royal High School, yes.
And again, in terms of the eastern section, it has a similar effect to the previous scheme, although the scale and massing is slightly larger from the 2017 scheme.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, some comments were made by cultural heritage witnesses about things being in leaf and etc., etc. Now, this is obviously taken at a time when things aren't in leaf. And carrying out assessment, it would be appropriate to have regard to the times of year, and in particular, that leaf really isn't going to make a major issue in something like a viewpoint from here, is it?
No.
No. Thank you. Now I want to move on, hopefully fairly close to the end, Mr. Van Grieken. Move on to viewpoint 11C04, please. And before doing so, it might be worth at least acquainting yourself with the baseline of the contribution that the gymnasium is making to this current view.
Yes, thank you.
Because I think in some respects, this is quite a good image for demonstrating the difference that the new East Wing makes in comparison to the gymnasium from the views from the these views from the east. Could we first of all, as I say, look at the 215 scheme, viewpoint 11C04. Can you agree that the in scheme 1, the Western Hotel block skylines above and competes with the Royal High School for prominence in that particular view?
It's skylines. I don't think it competes for prominence with the Royal High School. Prominent, the most prominent in this view is Nelson's monument and the National Monument.
And can we agree can we agree that in this viewpoint that the National Monument, Nelson's Monument, and the Royal High School form a particularly characterful visual composition?
They form a composition. Whether it's particularly characterful, you need to be more specific. What do you mean by that?
Well, in visual terms, do these monuments reinforce each other, given their respective relationships on the hill within this particular view? Is it when you've had the context of the World Heritage Site and everything else and understand a little bit, isn't this an almost perfect combination of these various monuments and a particularly characterful, i.e. this could be a picture postcard, couldn't it, Mr Van Grieken, of Carlton Hill with its monuments?
First thing I would say is that the Royal High School is not a monument in the sense as Nelson's monument and the National Monument is. I don't think it's a picture postcard view. Main attention of the view would probably be actually on Holyrood Palace and on the skyline of Nelson's monument and the National Monument.
And if I was actually at that viewpoint and appreciating that view, what we see from the sunlight at that particular point is it picks out the particular hue of the Royal High School stone, and it brings a warmth and an attraction that almost draws the eye to the Royal High School, doesn't it?
The Royal High School is clearly visible above the trees, which are very dark in this photograph, yes.
And insofar as the eastern element of the development is concerned, visually it infills the gap between the palace and the National Monument to leave barely a sliver before the National Monument's left sitting on a pediment of the hotel, doesn't it? Erodes that character of the National Monument as it sits above the hill.
It does slightly reduce the amount of space between the top of the currently the gymnasium building and the proposed east wing.
And if we get to 05, which removes the scheme 2, and the hotel wing to the west is less prominent, but sits in front of and behind the western part of the main building, doesn't it? But again, in this view, it's the eastern block of hotel that's having the more major change in visual influence. And I would suggest to you this is a classic example of, again, what we was warned against is modern development being placed on Carlton Hill in a manner that erodes its character. And this is a clear example with the eastern hotel wing of that visual erosion, is it not?
No, I disagree.
Thank you very much, Mr Van Grieken. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Mr Innes. Just one question from me, Mr Van Grieken, and maybe you're not the right person to answer it, and if you're not, you can tell me. You have, in reviewing the assessment set out in the environmental statement, taken some different views or reached some different conclusions in terms of townscape and visual impacts. What are we to take from that, and as far as what's the appellant's position? Is the appellant standing by the assessments made in the environmental statement, or is the appellant now preferring your conclusions?
Sir, partly you should ask the appellant that question, but my take on it is I've given my best professional opinion in terms of, based on my experience with assessing landscape and visual effects on behalf of people, how people experience a change in their landscape, townscape environment, and what the likely effect is on their visual environment. I have not shied away from disagreeing with the environmental statement in terms of adversity or nature of effect. I've set out my reasoning for assigning either adverse, beneficial or neutral effects, which I believe is as objective as it can reasonably be, because it's beyond whether we like the development or not. That's not a... I have sought to dispassionately discharge my duty to give my best professional opinion and to inform it and underpin it. It doesn't agree with all aspects of the environmental statement. it's reduced some effect, it has increased some effects. And I always maintain it's our duty to do that independent of what the party on behalf of whom is acting would like to hear. And I stand by that.
Thanks for that. Mr. Steele, that's something that we'll want to hear a little more on in terms of the appellant's perspective. Perhaps maybe from the planning witness, or even it may be something for closing submissions.
Indeed, sir, or I can deal with it now, if that would assist, or I can deal with it in closing submissions, whichever you would prefer.
Both.
Right. Well, the position is this, sir. The answer is both, because as my friend Mr. Thompson has quite rightly taken from other witnesses, professional opinions can vary a bit, and you now have before you the independent professional opinions from two sets of consultants on behalf of the appellants. The differences between them are, in my submission, not significant, merely differences of a professional opinion, and we put both before you for your consideration and evaluation and recommendation and determination.
Thanks for that, Mr. Steele. Back to you.
Thank you, sir. Now, Mr. Van Grieken, let's, if we can, take all of this as quickly as we possibly can. You were asked many, many questions about montages, accuracy, inaccuracy, or the like. Are montages to be relied upon precisely, or are they merely tools to assist in the determination and evaluation?
They're tools to assist people who may not be able to go to visit all viewpoints to get an impression of what the development may look like. They're not a purpose in their own right.
And indeed, it may be that the reporters will go to the various viewpoints to form their own view, aided or not aided, as the case may be, by the relevant montages. Is that the position?
I'm sure they will.
Now, the killer point from my learned friend Mr. Innes about the missing roof. Now, it does very much really turn on that, Mr. Van Grieken, the missing roof on the lodge building.
I don't think anything turns on it.
Because if one were being sensible, one would look at the other baseline photograph to see the roof magically reinstated.
Yes.
So does it come to this, that someone somewhere has made a regrettable mistake and started demolition before they should have done,
Sir,
but in fact
sir,
nothing turns on
I think
it?
Mr. Steele is now giving evidence. I mean, a certain amount of leading we can all cope with. It speeds things up, but maybe that was perhaps a little bit too far, Mr. Steele.
I don't see what the problem is, sir,
I think
at this
we've got
stage
your
of the
point,
afternoon.
Mr. Steele.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. So far as the alleged missing viewpoint is concerned outside the portico, was that ever requested by the responsible planning authority, namely Edinburgh Council?
Not as far as I'm aware.
And in any event, if one wants to evaluate the view, either as is or as may be, from outside the portico looking in a general easterly direction through the eastern gap, are there a number of aids and assistances before the inquiry?
Yes, there are. There's a general viewpoint from location 35 that looks in that direction. We know the building is broadly in the same place as the gymnasium building. We know it's 2 meters higher. If you go to that spot, you can see the gymnasium building through the gap. And one can appreciate it, it will be visible through the gap and partly above the pavilion building, as I described, I believe, on Friday.
And does viewpoint 23 also give some assistance, being from Jeffrey Street looking in that general direction?
Yes, just.
And I don't think we need to turn to it, but you were asked to look at various viewpoints from the North Bridge, which are, generally speaking, looking from west to east. May they also assist in evaluating that issue also?
Yes, to some extent.
Thank you. Now, could I just take you back to viewpoints 23 and 24? Now, to what extent, if any, do you say that that magnificent new building in front of us affects the view from there to the Royal High School?
I think it will take the view away.
And that's the Edinburgh Council building in view 23, isn't it? It's view 23 I'm asking about, Mr Van Grieken.
City of Edinburgh Council's building, yes.
And if we then turn to the one I think you're looking at, which is 24, you think that will take the view away from New Street to the Royal High School. Is that so?
That's my view, yeah.
And forgive me, but are both these locations in the World Heritage Site?
I think they are.
And does that prove or disprove that new buildings in the World Heritage Site affecting views may be acceptable?
Well, they've clearly been approved.
Yeah. And indeed, is the very location of the planning authority in view 23, is that correct?
It is.
Now, you were asked a number of questions about the GVLIA and the guidelines. What is your position, Mr Van Grieken? Do you say that the work that you have carried out is compliant with that guideline, these guidelines, or non-compliant?
I believe it is compliant. And I would certainly hope so, because I have some wider responsibility in respect of GLVAA.
Could we look, please, at CD 482? And while that's being brought to you, that was the candidate SLA, which I think has now been confirmed, Mr Van Grieken.
Yes, it's now a special landscape area.
Can you confirm, just so I understand it, whether the relevant appeal site is within or out with the Carlton Hill SLA?
It's outside the SLA.
And if you turn to the next document, which is the LUC document you were asked about, could I ask you to identify to the inquiry whether the appeal site is within or out with the study area as reported in the LUC document?
Which document reference is that?
It's the very next one, so sorry. It is document 483, LUC. You may get an answer at figure 6. Which is towards the end of the...
6 clearly shows that the Royal High School site, the development site, is outside the Carlton Hill Management Plan area.
So that whatever the LUC document says about the management of Carlton Hill, does it or does it not apply to the appeal site that we're concerned about today?
Does not apply to the appeal site. It borders the appeal site along Carlton Hill Drive.
Now, you were asked a number of questions about Mr. Welsh's document, but could I just ask you, please, to go back to the viewpoint from the castle that is within your document 596.
Have that.
Forgive me, I've forgotten what the number is, Mr. Van Grieken, but as this is your document, I suspect you'll know.
Viewpoint 1, numbers 01 to 06.
Now, can I just understand what your position is and the position of Mr. Welsh? This is a view at a distance of 1.22 kilometres, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you say it's easy or difficult, when standing on the ramparts, to make out clearly the Royal High School building?
I think it's difficult. As I said earlier in my evidence, as part of the landscape and townscape visual impact assessment, we have to consider the effect on view as experienced by people. People visiting the ramparts at Edinburgh Castle take in account the whole view, which stretches from the west as illustrated in page viewpoint 0104, which looks at the 1st of 4th, all the way to the east, which includes Arthur's Seat, the very prominent buildings in the foreground with the red roofs, St. Giles, many others, the hotel buildings, Scott Monument, etc.
And what is your conclusion about the significance of any effect from this viewpoint?
I think I couldn't conceivably find a significant effect of the introduction of the Royal High School.
And could you just remind me, please, what Mr. Welsh says about this?
Well, Mr. Welsh says in table 3 of his inquiry report on page, not page paginated, it's after paragraph 110, 110 in table 3, that the development will diminish the isolated prominence of the Royal High School as a building set in landscape by merging it into a ribbon development. I can't reconcile the term prominence of the Royal High School in this view at all.
So, just using that viewpoint as but one example, does that demonstrate the difference of professional opinion that there is between you?
Yes.
And given the cross-examination and time to reflect now, do you in any way deviate from the evidence that you gave earlier about the significance of this viewpoint?
No, not at all.
Now, you were also asked a number of questions about other viewpoints, and I just, if I may, just like to understand what the position is and what the distinction or difference is between your conclusion and that of Mr. Welsh. So far as viewpoint 17, the Burns Monument, is concerned, insofar as the conclusion of significance is concerned, is there or is there not a difference between you?
There's no difference between us.
Insofar as viewpoint 21 is, or is there not a difference between you?
There's no difference between us.
As so far as viewpoint 27 is insofar as viewpoint 32 is concerned, is there any difference between you?
No.
And so far as viewpoint 35 is concerned, is there any difference between you?
No.
Can you therefore understand why you were asked all the questions you were about these issues when the conclusion between you is the same?
Well, if I could object to the line of questioning, because at viewpoint 17 the conclusions are not the same. They may be significant, but the resulting consequence of that significance is different. So I just point out I don't accept the premise of the question.
Well, let's just make sure that we haven't misunderstood anything, Mr Van Grieken.
Excuse me, might I interrupt a minute? We had Mr Van Grieken as changing his assessment for VP 17, but if we've noted that wrongly, I apologise.
Well, I'm just taking back now to make sure there's no misunderstanding. 17, what is the position in relation to the Burns Monument?
As set out in my precognition, my view of the effect on viewpoint 17 is significant.
Can you just stop there, please? Can we just have your precognition in front of us, please? And what is the paragraph number?
Paragraph 4.2 summarises my findings of significant effect. And significant effects were identified from views 04, 06, 08, 16 and 17. So I have no quarrel with Mr Wells in terms of the significant effects from that viewpoint.
Sorry, I missed that. I was just getting the document out. Could you just take me to that again, please?
Significant effects, the second line of paragraph 4.2, significant effects were identified from views 04, 06, 08, 16, 17, 19 A and C, 21, etc. And
so that has been and is your position, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Mr Welsh and you are in agreement in relation to 17?
We are in agreement.
Have I misunderstood anything about that, Mr Van Grieken? You and he are in agreement about viewpoint 17, is that correct?
We are.
So, if I may put the question again, do you understand why you were asked so many questions about these viewpoints if there's no dispute?
Could you not answer that question, Mr Van Grieken? Because clearly it is not an appropriate question to ask the witness about the quality of cross-examination. It will all come clear in the closing submission why I asked those questions. And what has been put is a line of questioning which is inaccurate, because the findings are not the same. If we look at the magnitude of change and the resulting end figure, they're not the same. They may result in a significant effect, but how significant it is different. And I don't accept the premise of this whole line of re-examination, which is based on a wrongful premise. And that last question is simply an inappropriate question in re-examination, because it's not for the witness to comment on the quality of my particular cross-examination. Maybe for others to comment in submission, but I don't think it's an appropriate question for this witness.
I was not asking about the quality of cross-examination. I was asking if Mr Van Grieken could understand what the difference was, because it may be that I've missed something entirely altogether. It may be my fault. Simple as that, sir, and there may be a professional explanation about it from a landscape witness's point of view. No more.
I think we understand that Mr Van Grieken agrees that the eventual conclusions over significant or not significant are the same as Mr Welsh's from that viewpoint. That's fine.
Give me a moment, sir. I'll just check my notes if I'm... Yes, I knew there was something else. Just as well I didn't stop, Mr Van Grieken. Carlton Hill Drive. Various questions were asked of you about Carlton Hill Drive, about images or lack of them. Could I ask you, please, to look at the images, montages in relation to Carlton Hill Drive?
Could we have a document reference number?
You can as soon as I can find it.
CD 180, maybe?
Well, we could 180 or 30 or 31, sir, but 180 is ideal. If I take you towards the back of that at 32, and this, of course, relates to the later 2017 scheme, but I think the point holds good for the earlier scheme as well. Are there a series of photographs and montages? Perhaps I should not suggest to you all the way down Carlton Hill Drive, but at regular intervals down Carlton Hill Drive.
There are.
And they are several in number, is that so? Right. And do they seem to you to give a fair and reasonable impression or not as to the position that would be experienced going from going downhill from east to west on Carlton Hill Drive?
Yes, I think they do, and in fact, I offered Mr. Innes the opportunity to describe the wider view as we experience when we descend from Carlton Hill, because people may indeed walk up Carlton Hill that way or may descend from Carlton Hill. If they were descending, they first of all look towards Arthur's Seat, straight down, with a splendid view of Arthur's Seat and slightly less splendid view of crash barriers, more akin to a motorway barrier than a public realm. We then turn the corner to the right, and the view is fairly enclosed. In winter, we may see through the trees to the left and still see Arthur's Seat and Winnie Hill behind, but we predominantly see the view down the path, enclosed on both sides. If we go slightly further down the hill, before we get to the more level area which is behind the Hamilton building, views across the Hamilton building and the city.
Are you now at 32B?
Yeah, I'm at 32A, I would say. So we look across over the top of the Hamilton building to, for example, the Tron spire, which we can see in that image. And if we continue to descend slightly further, the Hamilton building becomes slightly more prominent, and we also see the gap to the right of the Hamilton building, and we get views of the castle, St Giles, and other features. We obviously have then, on the left, the Hamilton building. We will be well aware of the differences between the Hamilton building proposals and the Royal High School Preservation Trust proposals. And then we continue down, and there will be views of the West Wing clearly, and then the view will open out as we come to the bottom of the hill.
If I take you back to 32B, does that have a reasonably attractive view or not of the north elevation of the main Hamilton building?
In the image 13.105, is that the figure number?
I'm looking at view 32B within CD 180, Mr Van Grieken. But
Yeah, we can just see on the left-hand side of the view, we can see the corner of the Hamilton building. We have the castle in the background.
And are these main elements affected or not by virtue of the west wing as shown in the montage?
Yes.
Does one, so far as the north elevation is concerned, in 332B, is there any change at all?
As far as the north elevation of the Hamilton building is concerned, in that view, there's no change.
And from this viewpoint, is it still possible or not possible to see the castle on the skyline?
Not with the development in place. On viewpoint. Apologies, I'm looking at the wrong document. I'm looking at the 15.
You need to go back to 32B, I think.
I'm looking at the 15 scheme.
Oh, yeah.
That's 180, 32C, CD 180. Sorry, now I'm getting muddled.
It's 32B.
32B, thank you, sir. 32B, Mr. Van Grieken, my mistake.
For the avoidance of doubt, looking at the 2017 visualizations, figure 13.110, view number 32B as existing, we can see the Hamilton building, and over the top of it we can see spires and the castle slightly to the right. Taking the next, and that is not affected by the proposed west wing of the hotel, which we can see in the same image, sitting below the castle.
Right. And thank you very much. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Grieken. That seems to me to be a sensible time to have our mid-afternoon break, during which time I understand the screen is to be set up for the next witness. So we'll break now until 3:30, when we'll take the evidence of Professor Taberner.
Thanks,
So
sir.
can I just ask one question and clarification? Will the screen be available for cross-examination purposes as well?
I think if it needs to be, it will be. Yep.
Do you want the table back? I'm not confident I'll take the screen down.
All is set out in your CV section at Appendix 1.
That's correct.
And you'll be very happy to answer any questions about that, I take it.
Yes, yes, indeed.
Could we look at your precognition, please? And to save time, could we start reading at page 4, being responses to the reasons for refusal, please?
For the reasons I have set out in relation to my design-focused inquiry report, I firmly believe that the appeal schemes satisfy the relevant policies in the Edinburgh Local Development Plan and will satisfy CEC's reasons for refusal relevant to my expertise. They're set out in full, so at pages 85 to 88 of my inquiry report. But in summary, The World Heritage Site listed buildings, demolition and settings, alterations and extensions, historic gardens and design landscapes and special landscape areas, design quality and context, development design, impact on setting, tall buildings, skyline and views, and as applied by CEC to Appeal Scheme 2 only, would accord with the principle of the Princes Street Development Brief Block 10 in relation to respecting and enhancing key views to and from this area. While the appeal schemes do not propose a cultural or civic use, the CEC Finance and Resources Committee report, 16th of March 2010, had already confirmed that to ensure the integrity of the competitive dialogue process, all proposals complied with the Block 10 String of Pearls development brief approved at Planning Committee on 15th of May 2008. And in relation to the decision notice for Appeal Schemes 1, dated 21st of December 2015, stated that the proposals for demolition do show that the luxury hotel proposal would provide an offering to Edinburgh, bringing economic benefits to the city, region and nation. Finally, the appeal schemes would safeguard views to and from the Old Town Conservation Area, thereby leaving its special character unharmed. Also, while it is evident to me that Appeal Schemes 2 will have less effect on the setting and fabric of the Hamilton building than Appeal Schemes 1, this is not reflected in CEC's reasons for refusals for Appeal Scheme 2, which adds an additional reason. So in relation to the final responses to the considerations raised by the porters, and these are set out sirs, in full in pages 88 to 90 of the inquiry report. Consideration 2, architectural design quality. The appellants, with their architect's design approach to this specific site, were selected through a rigorous and lengthy competitive dialogue process organised by CEC in 2009. The CEC Finance and Resources Committee report states that the appellant's proposal foresees the transformation of the former school into a 6-star arts hotel with a high quality design which will combine gallery space with hotel accommodation and a first-class restaurant. All proposals complied with the Block 10 String of Pearls development brief approved at Planning Committee on the 15th of May 2008. Other selection criteria included the contribution to Edinburgh's offer as a tourism destination, project deliverability, functionality, the appropriate use for an iconic building, and commercial potential. The two shortlisted finalists, the other being Whiteburn Projects, working with LDN architects, both proposed the removal of the Grade A listed 19th century gate lodge to be viable. In February 2010, the appellants were made preferred developer by CEC, and prior to the first planning submission in 2015, an agreement was formed by the appellants with the Rosewood Group. An approach was sought by Hoskins Architects that achieved a subtle visual relationship with the Hamilton building, and rather than having a formal architectural expression, has a building form that is topographical in character, an approach that proved effective for Morales' Scottish Parliament building and its historic context in Canongate, close to Holyrood Palace. However, the accommodation wings of the hotel would refer to the exposed rock of Salisbury Crags and so appear as if they were cut from Carlton Hill's rock face, exposing layers of distinct strata either side that were then carved into and inhabited, a site-specific architectural proposition that is unique and, I contend, brilliant in conception. Hoskins' intuitive topographical design response recalls Miller's Now that existed on the western part of the Royal High School site and which appears in an early rendering by Hamilton of his design proposals, assumed to have been first exhibited in 1827, and Hamilton's enclosure drawings for the Royal High School also dated that year. Indeed, while Hoskins Architects do not refer to the knoll in their DAS, I have subsequently been made aware from reading Gordon Gibbs' inquiry report that Gareth Hoskins had this specific landform in mind when conceiving the west wing of accommodation. He annotates his early sketch for the west wing with some excitement. New Miller's Knoll. And the drawing over leaf says that has the text underneath it. That sketch is included in my inquiry report on page 31, but the text had already been removed by the architects in the version that was in their DAS. The existence of the Now or Knoll on this site of Hamilton's Royal High School after it was complete makes it arguably a more appropriate and architectural analogy for modern development than the notional boat-like forms that informed the formal structuring of Moralis's concept for the Scottish Parliament building.
Professor, is there any other relevance to the Knoll so far as we are concerned?
Yes, there is. In Dr. Carter McKee's precognition, she refers on page 10 to Miller's Now and states that, in fact...
I'm conscious that Dr. Carter McGee's precognition was available for a week before the deadline for rebuttal precognitions. And it appears that Mr. Steele is asking questions in rebuttal. Now, I'm conscious that Dr. Carter McGee is not here, and I'll have to arrange for her to watch this session. But I wonder if there's some explanation why the Professor has not complied with the rules and produced his rebuttal precognition so that we could consider it.
The reason, sir, is terribly simple. We're not in rebuttal. We're in agreement.
Let's try by continuing and see where we go.
I'm grateful, sir. Thank you. As you were, Professor.
Thank you. Yes, page 10 of Dr. Carter McKee's precognition. It's actually a footnote there, which I'd missed reading it before, footnote 45. And she just simply points out, and I wasn't aware of this at the time, that Hamilton had requested that the monument be placed on Miller's Now to the west of the Royal High School. So I thought it was worth pointing that out, because I say in my inquiry report that the fact that Hamilton illustrates this now must have had some import attached to it.
And is that the Burns monument that it is said his intention was to put on top of the Now?
Yes, that's correct. It was a request by Hamilton to place the monument on that now, but the City Council preferred the site where it's now located and refused that request, according to Dr. Carter McKee.
Thank you. 117, please.
The Knoll-like concept for two new wings of hotel accommodation as visually separate but functionally connected entities either side of the Royal High School was developed into a convincing site strategy in the DAS. By echoing the original landscape of the site in their design, which was once bare rugged rock as specifically depicted by Hamilton Roberts, and not softened by vegetation as it is today, the proposed wings would not compete with the Hamilton building. They would be recessive in character and exhibit significant design quality. The direct visual association of the Appeal Scheme 1 to the Royal High School so that it becomes an integral part of its mythical landscape setting is, I believe, a positive design development compared to the 2009 winning competitive dialogue scheme, which reinterpreted the classical character too literally. Nonetheless, at least two of the CEC competitive dialogue panellists were very supportive of the competition-winning design. Panel member Riccardo Marini, city design leader, committed to writing, and this is from the developer's report. I'm sorry, I've got a few page numbers and dates slightly wrong here, so I'll correct them as I go along. But in the email dated 16th of August 2015, which is actually on page 9 of the core document, I think that everyone in the selection panel and all the senior officers involved supported the principles of your proposals. The detail will have to be resolved, but the approach of using a modern architecture to complement the existing setting and buildings was the right one in the context of your proposals. Also, as competitive dialogue panel member Jane Dennison, project manager of City Development, stated in her email, in fact, the 17th of August, and that's on page 8, the plans to transform the From Royal High School into a high-quality art hotel outline robust proposals to deliver significant social and economic benefit to the city, whilst integrating well and enhancing the surrounding physical development plans at that time. The only echo of this early and collective appreciation of the Hoskins design approach for the site by the panellists is acknowledgement in both CEC decision notices that the proposed new hotel accommodation wings of Appeal Schemes 1 and 2 have a sophisticated design. CEC planners refer positively in their report to committee to the sophisticated design of the proposed extensions of Appeal Scheme 1, but go on to state that they recommend refusal because, put simply, too much building is being proposed for this highly sensitive site. However, what remains unclear to me from the CEC's primary statement is how the alleged overdevelopment would cause permanent and irreversible damage. Some demolition is proposed to the main Hamilton building, but not as extensive as would be subsequently proposed by the Royal High School Preservation Trust, Richard Murphy Architects Consented Scheme. What I would conclude is that the scale and mass of this sophisticated proposed accommodation wings should be reduced, and this is what is proposed with Appeal Scheme 2. As stated in the 2017 DAS, the west wing is a story shorter than the previous application, and each individual story has been reduced in height. Each of the floor plates has been substantially reduced in area, with the wing form slimmed and lightened and tightened in an order that it now sits within the Hamilton boundary walls. These changes have the effect of considerably reducing the impact of the wing from many of the key views. The architecture retains the sophisticated originality and boldness of Hoskins' original concept, but was submitted after the music school scheme had been unanimously granted planning consent and was refused unanimously. The decision notice includes a new objection that the proposal will also have detrimental impacts on the setting of the Category A listed St Andrew's House. I refer to other bold modern strategies in Section 7 of my proof, where I introduced new design in historic settings, published by Historic Scotland, May 2016. I quote paragraph 2.3 from that document, which states that there is a view that new buildings in historic settings should seek to replicate existing buildings in design, appearance and materials. While this may be appropriate in specific circumstances, for example where part of a larger architectural composition has been lost, in general we believe that new interventions in historic settings do not need to look old in order to create a harmonious relationship with their surroundings. Some of the best recent examples are contemporary design responses. This approach suggests an honesty and confidence in our modern architecture which will be valued by future generations. I agree with this statement and cite two examples of very recent high-quality design, one of which I worked on in the City of London, the new Bloomberg headquarters, the other the Blavatnik School of Government for Oxford University. Both buildings, while located in areas of higher heritage sensitivity, are now recognised as successful modern buildings that enhance their context. As I mentioned in Appendix RT1, I have considerable experience working in historic contexts and World Heritage sites, 3 in London and in Bath. My conclusion in relation to the impact of the appeal schemes is that, on balance, they would also enhance the highly significant heritage context of the Hamilton Building and the Edinburgh World Heritage Site. In conclusion, in relation to architectural design quality, I have no doubt that the appeal schemes are of the highest design quality and that they have been conceived for this specific site with full cognizance of the opportunities and considerable constraints associated with it, and that the resulting design is innovative and will be sustainable in every sense of the term. I believe this long-neglected place will be reinvigorated by night as well as by day by the hotel proposals and the publicly accessible facilities they will offer, and that this will become a positive destination at the threshold between city and country. It will be a memorable place once again. If at a future date the hotel no longer suits this location, it can be removed, having caused minimal harm to the fabric of the Category A listed building. Its special interest will be preserved. Consideration 4, assessment of the consented Royal High School Preservation Trust scheme and whether there are other options which should ensure a continuing beneficial use for the building with less impact on its special impact as set out in the HES policy statement paragraph 3.47c. In relation to consideration 4, I conclude that overall the appeal schemes would have less impact on the special interest of the Royal High School than the RHSPT scheme, because both provide public both appeal schemes provide public access to the. Both provide public access to the Royal High School. However, the appeal schemes work with the existing layout of the Royal High School, while the High School Preservation Trust provides a new public point of entry from Regent Road, requiring radical alterations to the character and design intent of the principal element of the main elevation of the listed building, something that the Whiteburn Project's competitive dialogue proposals had earlier considered and rejected, and an approach that HES, then Historic Scotland, subsequently warned the appellant's team against pursuing. Both require the demolition of later buildings set around Hamilton's main building, some of which are listed, but see Mr. Wright's very clear evidence in this respect. The appeal schemes additionally requires the demolition of the listed gate lodge. However, the quantity of demolition of the existing Hamilton building by the RHSPT scheme to provide a new entrance foyer beneath the auditorium is considerably greater and will cause irreversible physical harm to Hamilton's building, which the proposed demolition works for the appeal schemes will not. The proposed demolitions to Hamilton's main building for the appeal schemes are reversible and will not threaten its structural stability or the fine jointing of its Craigleith stone, which can no longer be quarried. By contrast, the potential harm to its structure for the RHSPT scheme from excavating the solid basalt foundations would be irreversible. Externally, the portico of Hamilton's main building would be left physically unchanged by the appeal schemes. With the RHSPT scheme, a large new opening will be cut into its external wall at base, harming its special interest. The main elements of Hamilton's north elevation will remain visible with the appeal schemes, more so with Appeal Scheme 2, and a spacious approach to it will be maintained with unencumbered views from Carlton Hill Drive. With the RHSPT scheme, the existing space between the north elevation and the retaining wall will be squeezed by the proposed north range of buildings and octagonal pavilions and concealed from view. The architecture of the proposed accommodation wings of the appeal schemes is derived from the topography of the site and is organic in character and clearly distinguishable from Hamilton's main building. The idea of inhabited naos chimes with Hamilton's own depiction and acceptance of the rugged setting of his design in 1827, as a craggy, sublime contrast to his perfect classical forms. The RHSPT scheme derives its architectural language directly from Hamilton's design, with 3 octagonal pavilions derived from Hamilton's 2 octagonal rooms, laid out asymmetrically and expressed with simplified classical details and modern materials, zinc roofs and timber screens, and a stone that will appear different to the original Craigley sandstone and that will weather differently over time. And finally, Hoskins Architects' wings are designed to be seen and with reduced scale and mass to the west wing of Peel Scheme 2, and to provide the Royal High School with a new strong backdrop which, having cleared away the clutter of the existing site, would enhance its setting. While Richard Murphy Architects' design is intended to have a recessive appearance, it will also be visible from the western entry approach and from Carlton Hill and from adjacent to the Burns Monument. And in my professional opinion, what will be visible of its architecture will detract from and not complement Hamilton's masterpiece. It is evident to me that the irreversible harm, risks and uncertainties associated with the Royal High School Preservation Trust scheme would be avoided should the appeal schemes be granted planning consent. I therefore wholeheartedly commend both appeal schemes to the reporters and Scottish ministers.
Professor, a few additional matters, if I may. Could I firstly ask you to turn to your main inquiry report, please? And could we go to page 77, dealing with the Lavagnick School of Government, Oxford University?
Yes.
And do we there see a modern glass structure with discs and a tiered effect?
Yes, we do.
And has that been built close to or between listed structures, as it is in England, Grade 1 and Grade 2?
Yes, that's correct. As I state at 7.10, the Grade 2 star listed University Press House, the Clarendon Press, comprising 2 wings, north and south, joined by a screen, which has a central monumental entranceway in Bath stone, is opposite this site. And in some photographs, in fact not the photographs I've shown here, it's reflected clearly in that glass.
Could I ask you to go to the top of page 78, where we see the objections that there were, both individual and from amenity groups, to the proposal? And can you just briefly tell us the nature of the objections that there were, which are in quotations?
Yes, the Victorian Group and Victorian Society and Georgian Group objected to the proposals, referring to the size and scale of the building too large, building too tall, breaches high buildings policy, does not reflect character of area, building too large and dominant, materials inappropriate, adverse impact and views from Port Meadow, light pollution, might be acceptable in more contemporary location, adversely affects Radcliffe Observatory, contrary to conservation area principles, reflection from glass facade.
Do you see any similarity to the objections that there were there to those that are here now?
Sorry. They are very similar comments. I mean, clearly it's a different design for a different place, but I think that the point holds that bold design can cause unease when it's located in a historic and much loved historic context. But despite those comments, once these structures are built, very often, if the trust goes with them in terms of seeing these buildings through properly, then they can actually enhance their settings and be much loved buildings in their own right.
Now, did Oxford City Council have the courage to consent that building without an appeal? And what has been the reaction to the building now that it has been built? And indeed, has it attracted any particular awards?
It has attracted awards. It still divides opinion to some extent, but it's won a number of awards, which I identify at paragraph 712. I think the comment by Oliver Wainwright in The Guardian is interesting, and I quote that at the bottom of page 78, partway through. He says, "The longer you look, the more carefully judged it appears to be." And I think that's something that I've found, certainly in relation to the Hoskins design. The more I've looked at it, the more I've studied it, the more I realise what an excellent scheme it is.
Now, could I just return to the trust scheme then? Do you have any brief additional comments to make in relation to the trust scheme, Professor?
Yes, as, having been through the document, as the inquiry has progressed and hearing the comments that have been made and being able to pore over the larger scale drawings more directly, I do have a number of comments. And I've created essentially a short list which with CD numbers attached so that it would be possible to pick up these points, obviously in cross-examination if it's helpful to do so.
Sir, I mean, these documents have been available. I circulated hard copies of our drawings at the appropriate time. And for now to be led in chief with a whole series of more criticisms is, in my submission, not an acceptable way forward. The appellants have had every opportunity to prepare properly for this inquiry. We've had entirely timescales set down. We've had the opportunity to write reports. We've had the opportunity to write precognitions. We've had the opportunity to write rebuttal precognitions. Now is not the time for witnesses to be able to embark on further embellishment, and that can only be what's about to be held, given that the further drawing references. I don't think it's appropriate. It's too late for the appellants to raise these matters before this inquiry.
It does seem a little unfair to me and potentially puts the trust at a disadvantage. I mean, if you had one or two further comments, that might be okay, but I'd be a little alarmed if there's a whole list of
sir, as
comments and references.
Understand it, there is nothing new, save for one point that we are confused about, and it is fair to raise now. That the rest, I think, relates to evidence that has been given before. At one point, for instance, I would like to pick up is the question, there was a dispute about whether it was 11 metres or not, the width of the opening. Originally, Mr. Innes said it was. Then when I used 11 metres, he disagreed. But actually, we have the reference to it, and I thought it might be helpful that the witness took you to that reference, together with a small number of other points. I don't think there's anything new except for one issue, sir, which we would like to explore. If there's any disadvantage, learned friends could overnight, or the witness can return later. But I think when he hears it, he will realise there's no difficulty.
I think I'd certainly like to hear clarification of that opening issue, which has been discussed during the inquiry. So we'd like to hear that. If there are one or two additional points, I'm sure Mr. Innes will let us know if he's unhappy with what's being said. Well, you will be unhappy with what's being said, but if you're unhappy for it to continue.
Well, the real difficulty is I've prepared with my clients in advance of this inquiry. They are all have other jobs and other employment. It's relatively hard for me at short notice to be able to summon inquiry teams to support me, and it's therefore left to me to start trying to measure stuff off plans, and that's not right. So that's the only caveat I put in. But as I say, the drawings have been in for weeks and months. Why is it that on the penultimate day probably of the appellant's case are we getting new matters raised? And quite frankly, I've prepared on the very narrow remit which they have led against my client's scheme, and for this now to be extended, I have concerns. I'm happy if it's with, because that's a matter we can obviously deal with. But if it's much more than that, yes, I am concerned about the prejudice.
I agree. Let's have that.
I wonder if we can proceed, sir. Professor, firstly, in relation to the question of the width of the opening, What do you say about that? You heard an earlier exchange. Was it 11 metres? And I used 11 metres and I was criticised. What is your understanding of the position? And could you take us to the reference, please?
Yes, as the dimension is taken from Rich Murphy Architects' Design and Access Statement, CD 563, and page 89, where it says, new opening to foyer has a clear span of circa 11 metres.
So that is our understanding of the matter. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you also wish to make a comment about the slot into the portico? Again,
Yes.
I don't think there's anything new about that.
No, and indeed it's in my inquiry report. It was just, I was just going to, in a sense, put a number of those points which were in my inquiry report and others that have been presented. It was just a summary, but I appreciate there's a problem.
Now, in relation to the Belvedere, what is your understanding of the position in relation to the Belvedere, Professor?
In relation to the Belvedere, and this is really to do with the significance of the listed north retaining wall, which links to the Belvedere and the Belvedere itself, and how it would be used in the Royal High School Preservation Trust scheme. And there were, just really, it was to help look at some drawings which I think have already been pulled out, which was CD 707, CD 710, and CD 715. And these relate to the plant room connecting to the Belvedere, through which flues extend the height of the interior of the Belvedere through the vault of its roof to a new louvered enclosure on the top there. And the east playground, which abuts the existing opening of the Belvedere at its lower level. It actually abuts it halfway up the door.
And now that you understand the position, Professor, what is your professional judgment about the treatment of the Belvedere and northern retaining wall at that point?
I would consider it harmful in that the concealment of something which clearly had value and which is currently covered by the gymnasium block to take that gymnasium block away and then partially conceal it and to insert into it very functional equipment and place a louvered enclosure on top of is hardly enhancing it, and it might have been better to have kept the gymnasium there in that instance.
Now, can I just ask you this point as well? In relation to the east or southeast or south retaining wall, what do you understand or now understand the position to be, Professor, or are you confused?
I'm confused. There's no indication, sirs, on the drawings, the demolition drawings, such as 721, CD 721, that the southeast boundary wall is to be demolished. However, it's clearly being built over by the scheme. There's a strip window roughly 75 metres long, which is seated on top of that retaining wall, and the railings are removed from the retaining wall and then located on top of the new playground structure. But the DAS CD 563 at section 6, I'm afraid there are no page numbers in it.
Perhaps this may become important, so should we go to that? It is half a dozen pages into section 6,
Yes, the
of
election.
563
Yes, sorry, thank you.
under the heading residential level.
Yes, that's correct, sir. And I think in the electronic version it's page 45 is the page I'm referring to.
And perhaps could you read out the bottom paragraph on the right-hand side of that page under the heading residential at level, and then explain what your understanding of what that means is, Professor?
It says on the east side of the residential buildings, we propose to remodel Hamilton's retaining wall from an inclined ashlar to horizontal ashlar, and similarly continue the strip of glazing on top of this in the same manner as that of the south retaining wall. Well, we propose to remodel. It's the use of the word remodel. It sounds very much as if the wall is being rebuilt. If one is going to change horizontal ashlar to, from vertical ashlar to, or inclined ashlar to horizontal ashlar, that requires removing material and repositioning it in a different way. But I suspect that in order to build the accommodation behind that wall, which is given the weight of the playground and the structure generally, that the retaining wall isn't fit for purpose as a structural element, and that it would require removing and rebuilding. But as I say, there seems to be no indication in the demolition drawings that work would take place.
Well, you're obviously an experienced architect in these matters. What is your professional opinion about the suitability or otherwise of that existing wall to carry the load intended of glass and then the playground above it?
I object to that question. This is a clear new line. It should have been prefaced in precognitions. It's not acceptable at this stage of the appellant's case.
Sounds like new evidence to me.
So I said there was one new issue, and this is it, because we've only very recently become aware of it. But what I would say, sir, is that this is an A-listed wall, at least 75 metres, probably when you take in the northern trajectory, 100 metres in length. This is an important matter, sir. One has to consider preservation, enhancement and setting of this wall. I accept it as a new matter, but we only recently was this spotted. And I with respect, do think the inquiry has to consider this.
Mr. Innes.
Well, sir, there's a number of points. Is that I will obviously respond on the interpretation of the question of the design and access statement. The design and access statement is a document that accompanies plans. What my clients have permission for, either in a planning or listed building consent, is what they have on their plans. If there's any discrepancy between the text of this and the plans prevail. And as we will see in the context of the decision-making, the Council were very careful as to what they decided was approved and not approved. Now, the extent of any works relating to my client's proposals are as set out in the plans. And if at the end of the day there was no proposal to extend effectively the glazing into the east section of wall opposite the Belvedere, which we're talking about here, if there were no plans showing that, there's no approval of that. So, as I say, in my submission, what we're proceeding upon is a misinterpretation of the position as regards what is consented. And if I move forward in the document to illustration 25, or the page 25 of 6, the design statement, you will see that in terms of the eastern elevation, there is no proposal to extend the glass beyond the southern elevation of the retaining wall, as suggested that might occur in the design and access statement. And you will see from the plans that have been approved by City of Edinburgh Council that there is no such proposal to extend the glass structure into the retaining wall adjacent to the Belvedere Tower, as suggested in the design and access statement. And I think that is the fundamental point here, is that we have the approved plans of what my clients have approval for. If there's some loose text that appears to be left in a design and access statement, so be it. But it's the plans that are before you, the approved plans, that reflect what my clients have approval for. That's issue number one. The second issue is that the witness appears to want to go on and pass comment on how that will be done in a structural sense. They have led no evidence on this whatsoever. And as I say, they've had ample opportunity in the run-up to this inquiry with this team of experts to have found whatever they wanted to say about my client's proposals. It is not an answer to say we've only just discovered it. That is not an acceptable answer in the context of how this has been set up. We have been given extensive time periods between documents being lodged, precognitions and reports, and rebuttals. To come on the second last day of the inquiry and say, I've got some new points, is just not acceptable. It's not fair notice and should not be allowed.
Yeah, our view is that we shouldn't hear anything more on this matter. We take your point, but this is evidence that could and should have been placed before the inquiry earlier.
Well, sir, as long as you will note that we have endeavoured to lead evidence about this matter, we have only recently become aware of this point, and it is my submission to you that in the context of an A-listed wall, it is imperative that that evidence is before the inquiry from a very professional witness. I accept that the matter has only recently come to, or very recently come to our attention, but we have a duty to put it before you, sir. And in the context of ascertaining which scheme has the less impact, in my submission, it would be wrong to exclude that evidence. But as long as that is noted, sir, obviously, if that's your ruling, so be it. In that event, Professor, I have no further questions for you, save, of course, for what we're going to have tomorrow morning in relation to the fly past, or whatever we call it.
Okay, thanks both for that. I think that's as much as we can do this afternoon. You will liaise with Ewan Murray to make sure that we're properly set up tomorrow morning. Any other issues before we close? Nope. Okay. In that case, we will adjourn and reconvene at 9:30 tomorrow morning.